Hey guys, it's just me, Lance again, and you're listening to Melbourne Music Radio. See you guys!
The progressive and the righteous and the very moderate laws that we have that guarantee our freedoms for so long. What we've seen overnight is a degradation of these rights so radically and in such a contrast to what our laws actually provide for. What has truly shocked me in this process is that people have not been keenly aware of what is actually going on around them. And they feel in so many ways angry when they are challenged or when they're shown that perhaps those who are operating these systems have become so utterly and completely corrupted. And a lot of people ask me, what are you trying to do with this class action, Serene? Well, what I'm trying to do is very simple. This is about our rights. It's about claiming our rights. And businesses and others, ask me, why are you not seeking money? Why are you not going after millions of dollars against the government? That's because if we seek money, we will lose. As simple as that. And a court of this land will not provide its people and will not go up against the government to say or put a government out of funds significantly. So any kind of action that is promising people millions of dollars is in many ways lacking substance and strategy. Okay, that's the first thing. The second thing is we are seeing the interference and our governments being usurped very, very quickly by foreign interference and by also internally corrupt individuals. This country has become usurped. Our systems have become usurped by bullies, by people who have vested interest in various transnational organizations, who are selling ourselves off as people, as simple commodities, and bastardizing our land to foreign interests. What we're ending up seeing is the degradation of our rights and the use of science in the most appalling and shocking structure. Okay, and what we're ending up seeing, okay, is our governments and our leaders, alleged leaders, treating us like infants, like ignorant little infants, okay, and putting fear into us, okay, and using and getting organized and using the military and using the police force like stormtroopers, okay, to instill fear in ourselves. They are dividing and conquering us so diligently and so powerfully. And a lot of us are actually allowing this to happen by not standing up and using the opportunities that are being presented before you, which is this: a class action is an opportunity for us to unite finally. They have been uniting for a very long time. Even in their bad intentions, they're uniting. Even in their bad intentions, they are actually organizing themselves so diligently. And we are acquiescing to that and saying yes to that. Oh, it's not that bad for me yet. Oh, I don't entirely agree with you, Serene. I don't entirely agree with what's happening. I still think that a part of them is good. I still think that they're trying to help us. I still think that we're trying to care for our safety. What we're seeing is disproportionate. What we're seeing is we're treated as infantile. Infants being told, stay at home from 8 p.m. to 5 a.m. Apparently virus is more virulent at night. Apparently they tell you what's essential and what's not. Apparently they tell you when they can detain you and when not. They don't have to give you any reasons or any explanation. They've done away with your rights of review. And it's still not enough for you to move into action. It's still not enough for you to say this is crossing the line in so many ways. You're still hoping that things are going to get better. And we've removed, as a result of this, any empathy, any heart in our communications with each other. what has happened is that they've turned us against each other. What has happened is that what is scientific has become ignorance. Apparently asking why you should be masking, why you should be distancing, why is there disproportionality, why is there inconsistencies and closures, why is there detainment when people are healthy? Apparently, that's ignorance. And it's still not enough for a lot of you. It's still not enough for you to thump your fists on the table and say enough is enough. It's not enough that they're causing you mental illness. It's not enough that they're making you scared. It's not enough that they're intimidating you. It's not enough that they're infantilizing you. It's not enough. When is it going to be enough? And you have to ask yourself that question. What I've come to do is create an opportunity for us to join together, to unite. And unfortunately, this fear also breeds the tall poppy syndrome. Oh, what do you want to do here, Serene? What do you come to do? What do you know? What do I know? I know a lot about this country. I know a lot about the leadership. I know a lot about fighting corruption. I know a lot about darkness. I know a lot about being confronted with that darkness and people trying to hurt me for challenging corruption. I know that. That's why I've come to share this with you. Because we need a point of unity. And you ask me, how are we going to be protected? Yes, I'll tell you how you'll be protected: by the poorest in this country. It's poetic justice, my class action is poetic justice. We're not seeking money because we want integrity. The poor people are at the front taking the risk because they've got nothing else to lose, and they're willing to protect the wealthy. They're willing to go in batting for you. All you need to do is sign it. All you need to do is join. There's not going to be any risk for you. And guess what? I have a lot of people who are willing to go to the front. I just don't have the team. The wealthy people. The people who feel the most fear. Because you feel like you've got the most to lose. And guess what? You do. You have the most to lose. You've already lost. By not being a part of something, is by not being wanting to change, by not taking responsibility and saying, let's do this together. Let's get organized. Let's get organized. We want to do protesting. We want to get up. We want to say no to the illogical. We want to say no to the... Let's get organized. Let's get organized. Let's use the strength in our numbers. But all of us, oh no, my family members, join me. My friends that know me for years, join me. We're making change. We're making history. We're saying enough is enough. Let's take back what truly belongs to us and let's share it. And let's teach those who are so hungry for destruction. They're only destroying themselves. So, when we have so much amongst us that are corrupt, we have to reach out to them and say, enough with your corruption. We have to share this land. We have to share our resources. We have to be logical about the way we deal with things. We cannot be using these things as an excuse for a causal fatality rate of a disease of 1.38%. This is madness, what is going on in this country. It is madness, but it is planned chaos. And we're all succumbing to it. Please, come here. Please, let's be together. Come here into my heart. I want to help. I want to see your story. With together we have strength. Together we truly can stand and we can say no. No, let's reshape our lives. No to the corrupt. You've got to come now and play by the rules. You've got to come and play nice. No more bullying. No more bullying. We've got to say that together. And we've got to not be afraid. So yes, it's poetic justice, the class action, no compensation. The poorest take the lead. Oh, what's going on? Yes, what's going on is truth. What's going on is fairness. What's going on is let's go beyond money as the method of communicating with each other. And let's go back to integrity. Let's go back to rights. Let's go back to basic justice. Let's go back to transparency and accountability and loyalty and trust. So please consider my words carefully. I've come here to join us, to unite us. No more tall poppy syndrome, no more throwing each other down and judging each other. And, you know, it's a minimum of 250. You know, people, oh, class action, everything's for free. With the other class action, yeah, you got a litigation funder who is backing a horse. And then if there's a win, they take most of your money. That's how it works, okay? This is a different class action. This is about heart, soul, integrity. It's different. It doesn't mean it's not allowed simply because it's different. It doesn't mean it's illegal simply because it's different. Okay, we're approaching this from a window of wisdom, higher wisdom. So join me. Join me. Let's do this. Let's finish this. Thank you.
Oh, hello there. Hello, Australia. How you all doing? Gee, beautiful sunlight here today. Beautiful sunlight. Good morning, everyone. It's kind of straight in my eyes there. That might be a little bit better. How you guys doing? Thanks for tuning in. It's Monday morning, another day in the Matrix. And, oh, hello. Look at this little guy. Hello, mate. What's up? Yeah, what a great weekend we had. And I tell you what, lots of thoughts going through my head the last sort of 24 hours, particularly in light of the Daniel Andrews press conference down there, and particularly in light of some of the behaviour we're seeing just from ordinary humans attacking each other. It's quite sad, really. But I don't want to start this video on a negative note. I just want to say how incredible the Freedom Day was in Brisbane on Saturday. It was absolutely extraordinary. And I was kind of thinking, you know, what did we achieve? What did we get done? And I feel like we got a lot done. I feel like, look, by my estimates, we had somewhere between maybe 8,000 to 9,000 people showed up there. And what a great bunch of people they were. Incredible bunch of people. Such a good vibe. Fantastic speakers. And the police were fantastic. The police were absolutely outstanding. They were so professional and they did their job, and they were polite and courteous and stood back and just let us stand up for our democracy, you know. And I was originally born in Sydney, New South Wales, and I've been up in Queensland for a couple of years now. And I tell you what, I really feel like I'm in the right state at the moment. It was just so many like-minded people there, and the vibe was amazing. It was like a celebration. And I don't know if you guys saw my video a couple of days ago prior to the event. I was thinking about the intention I wanted to bring to that event and what I was hoping to see, which was kind of like a big party, and it's exactly what it was. And to hear 8,000 or 9,000 people, you know, screaming "Free Victoria, Free Victoria," and the comments and the I guess the speeches that were made, they were just profound, guys. There is a huge awakening and a huge shift happening here in Australia and all around the world, and we just hope it's happening fast enough. And it was incredible yesterday to see the nature of what's actually going on down there in Victoria. And my friend who owns a lot of businesses down there in Melbourne and in Geelong, he called me up. He said, "Oh, look, Dave, get on the press conference. Let's hear what Daniel Andrews has got to say," because I never really listen to the mainstream media too much until I turned it on, and I heard him say there were 666 deaths. I was like, did I just hear that right? 666 deaths? And make no mistakes, that is no coincidence that number's been put out there. That's he's just telling his allegiance for who he really works for. And the thing is, guys, a lot of people like myself who have, you know, investigated these topics and I guess the occult and esoteric nature of what we're dealing with here as this, you know, this cult, this cult extends its influence throughout the world via subversion and infiltration. This cult, as it extends its influence, they believe they have to tell you what's actually going on. They have to spell it out for you. Part of their religion is that if they tell you and you're dumb enough to still fall for it, well, then the karma or the sin is on you for not doing anything about it. And so this is why they put these things right in our faces. 666 deaths on the 6th of September, the 6th of the 9th. If you invert the 9, it's also a 6 as well. This stuff goes deep, guys. There's numerology, there's certain dates they pick to announce these certain things. And we've seen it vastly throughout the music industry, vastly throughout the film industry, and it's also in corporate logos. It's on the police logo down there as well, the upside down pentagram, and people still think this stuff is just conspiracy theory or clutching at straws or meaningless coincidence. And it just comes to a point where it becomes statistically impossible that these things are not by design. And so you start to understand what you're actually dealing with here. And it's quite can be quite overwhelming as you start connecting the dots. But there's also a flip side to that. And as the dark starts to reveal its face, we're also starting to see a lot more light. There's a lot more light and a lot more awareness and a lot more conscious humans who are stepping up into their true power and their true identity. And so you'll find people who are doing that. They're not afraid. You know what I mean? I'm not afraid. I've had to process everything that's happening in this world and just how enormous the agenda is. And by no means do I ever claim to think that I've put all the pieces together, not for a second. But I do understand that, there is a flip side to everything that's happening. As much as we're seeing the darkness reveal its hand, we're also starting to see, the light and, the true warriors start to step up in all sorts of places. And so that's what it's all going to come down to, guys. Everyone's just got to choose a side. And, one of the messages that came out to the police force on Saturday, Tristan, who hosted the event, what an incredible man Tristan is. I'm not sure what his Instagram is. I'll get it for you guys. But he was just saying he acknowledged the police, he acknowledged their service, but he also acknowledged the fact that every single one of them in the not too distant future is going to have to choose a side. And they're either going to have to come with us or they're going to have to be against us. And what we saw down in Victoria and what we saw down in Sydney was the police force choosing to be against the people and obey orders. And the orders were to be heavy-handed, the orders would be to be provocative, and the orders were to be rough and send a very clear message. And also seeing the police force in Victoria in particular, guys, they are seriously looking like the most weaponized police force in the world. And the part where I get baffled is I think these are Australian people. They haven't flown in these people from somewhere else. These are Australian people who've taken on the job and they've been indoctrinated by the system and somehow decided that it's worth a paycheck to brutalize and beat up and intimidate and subvert their own people in their own country. That's the part that baffles me. Baffles me. How do you sleep at night when you go out and you do that to your own people? For a virus that we all know is a complete sham. If you saw on my page earlier, the UCLA University has released this comprehensive study, and it's gone mainstream on the media, that you've got, I think between the ages of 50 and 64, you've got a 1 in 19 million chance of dying of COVID. So, excuse me, that's absolutely nothing. That's 1 in 19 million chance. It's absolutely absurd. The CDC revised their statistics by 94%, saying that all the deaths that were listed as COVID had 2 or more serious comorbidities. Like, they were dying anyway, guys. That happens in life. People die. And so the larger agenda is definitely getting revealed, and the awakening is happening. But every single person is going to have to really decide what side they're on. And there is a monumental battle building between the forces of good and evil. And I'm no fearmongerer, guys. My philosophy on life right now, in how it is hope for the best, but do prepare for the worst as well. In your mind, and in your intentions, and in your visualizations, and in the pictures and stories you tell yourself, I'm still hoping and seeing and imagining true awakening and flowering of human consciousness, and a genuine great awakening, not a false awakening. I want to see the genuine and true awakening. But I also know that this isn't going to come easy. You know, this whole system that we're seeing exposed for what it is, the fraud, the deception, the death cult, the Satanism, the pedophilia, the madness, the insanity, all of that is not going to come down without a fight. And you're dreaming if you think that it is. These people who are currently in power, you got to remember that they're sociopaths, they're megalomaniacs, they're completely psychotic. And if you think they're going to let go of power, that easily, you're completely misguided. And so I think it's a very, very wise thing to do, to have a few genuine preparations for just about anything. I think Victoria is going to get to the point where if something doesn't change soon, you're going to start to see things get very, very weird down there. When people have got nothing left to lose, they've got nothing left to lose, and they will behave accordingly. And so I believe people should have some provisions, have some things stocked. You know, I'm not saying go and dig a bunker in your backyard, but I'm just saying that we're starting to see how extraordinarily dark this agenda is, and how deep the cabal is interwoven and infiltrated into Australians' positions of power. And so as that starts to crumble here, I just think it's wise to have provisions, have water, have food, have long life foods, you know, things that don't need refrigeration, you know, things like peanut butter. You know, a jar of peanut butter lasts a long time. It's got a lot of dense calories in there. Keep things like batteries, torches, candles, medicinal stuff, just the basics. I'd be quietly and carefully just building up a nice little stash, things like sardines and tin tuna and so on. You don't need to stack it to the roof, guys. You don't need that. But you do need to, you know, hope for the best and potentially plan for the worst. I do little things like I never let the fuel in my truck get below halfway. I keep a little jerry can in there as well. And I'm also aware that anything can happen at any moment in this current climate. It's extraordinary. I'm also very concerned that the weather engineering is still extreme. You would have noticed over the last 48 hours around Australia, we got completely bombarded with stratospheric aerosol injections, nanotech, heavy metals and so on. You know, using things to help try and detoxify your body. I use activated charcoal and bentonite clay, and I use a really powerful greens mix, which is great for helping get the heavy metals and toxins out of your system. If you notice how I train, I usually train in track pants and a hoodie because I'm looking to sweat as many toxins out of me as possible, because the higher the toxicity, the more the EMF frequencies affect you anyway. So you just taking those sorts of things, taking your health seriously, keeping your hydration really good, and making sure you get your, you know, good, strong. Look, for me, I do good, strong physical exercise because that's what clears my head and helps me flush the anxiety out of my system. Because, look, guys, being aware of everything that's going on, I'm not immune to that. I still read the stuff. I see the darkness. My body still reacts. I still have that high cortisol hit now and then. I still feel the anxiety and the fear and so on. So I've got to have outlets so it doesn't build up inside me. And it doesn't build up inside me and affect me too much. Like, it still affects me, you know, it still affects me. It still affects me having putting my face out here for you guys and trying to get a message out there. But, you know, I just want to see people come together. I really hope that Australians can stop attacking each other and realize who the enemy really is and what they really stand for. And we've still got people trying to blame protesters now for, you know, potential harsh restrictions around Australia or anywhere, and that's just completely ludicrous when the people who started the first lockdown based it on a complete lie, fraud, deception and manipulation of the Australian people. It's all treason, guys. It's all rubbish. It's all manipulation. And don't blame the protesters. Don't blame the average Australian. Point the finger, if you're going to point the finger at anyone, it's the celebrities who sold you out, the politicians who sold you out, all those high profile people who turned their backs on us and never put one word out for the protection of our women, the protection of our elderly, the protection of our kids, and standing up for our ancestors who fought and died for our freedom. Point the finger at those guys. You know, like I said before, the top 10 Instagram influencers in Australia have not got a word to say. Yeah, none of them. Chris Hemsworth, Celeste Barber, all the supermodels, they're all bought, gagged, sewn, all bought and gagged and owned, every single one of them. So they don't represent us. They don't represent us, you know. And I've seen stuff flying around about Thanos and about Matt Lawson and about Raphael, and you know, people attacking those guys for somehow hijacking the event down in Melbourne. Look, guys, I just really don't think that's the case. I've never spoken to Matt Lawson, but I've spoken to Raphael many times, and I've just found Raphael to be such a good-natured, lovely gentleman. You know what I mean? I've only can say good things about Raph and Thanos as well. Thanos is someone who wears his heart on his sleeve. Yeah, he's a firebrand. Yeah, he's got a hot head. So what? He's got some backbone and got some balls, and that's the impression I've always had from Thanos, is that he has put himself out there legitimately. And I think when push came to shove, that this event didn't have the public support and didn't have the numbers, and a lot of people started to withdraw their support from it. It made sense to me, guys. Why would you want to give Daniel Andrews fuel and firepower just prior to his event, unless you were confident you had a couple of 100,000 people? And that just wasn't the case. I was on the Telegram groups prior to the event, a couple of thousand people, just not enough. And I thought that, you know what, smart idea. Postpone Melbourne, let everyone go ahead and get on with it. And so, look, like I said, guys, please don't engage in attacking those guys. Just remember the people who sold you out and turned your back on you and on our country and on our ancestors. They're the people you need to point the finger at, not the little people like us, you know. And so, look, guys, it's going to be a crazy week. I just highly recommend you got to be good to each other first of all. Have some small preparations for things to get wild and crazy, because things seem to be getting wild and crazy by the day. Like I said, don't live in fear. Hope for the best, and keep picturing the scenarios that we want. A genuine great awakening, a genuine elevation in human consciousness, and a restoration of sanity, not just in our country but in the world, is what we really want to see. Raise your vibration, take care of your health, big time. Really take care of your health. You've got to take care of your mental health. And you know, one thing I'm really big on, guys, is don't go into information overload. If you know you go into your messages, you're going to be sent so many links on different topics, from everything from Jasara to Nasara to, you know, Q is real and Q is fake, and you know, Pizzagate and pedophile networks and all this sort of stuff, guys. It never ends. You know, next minute you're down the ancient aliens hole and you're looking at crop circles, and you're going to try and put it all together, and you're going to go fucking nuts. You really will. You'll know when you're going into information overload, because your body will tell you. You'll be running a fight or flight response. You'll be running fight or flight. You feel anxious. You won't sleep properly. You won't want to eat, and your head noise is going to get too slow. The problem with these devices that we all hold is that they're very addictive. There's always something in there, and so get used to putting it down. Kind of sounds a little bit hypocritical, because here I am in a beautiful park with my device in my hand talking to you guys, but you know, I'll switch off for a little while. But take good care of yourself this week, guys, and really be good to each other. Be good to the people in the community, support them. And you know what's really encouraging, guys, is that the mainstream media is getting annihilated, absolutely annihilated. And I also looked on Daniel Andrews' wall last night, and I accidentally double tapped on his page on Insta. I don't know how. And someone sent me a photo saying, "Hey, dude, why are you liking Daniel Andrews' post?" I was like, "Fuck, I didn't even realize I did that." And so I sent him a message. I said, "Oh, nice controlled demolition job, Mr. Andrews, of the Victorian economy, so you can hand it over to the Chinese Communist Party." And a few people approved of that post, or that comment. But the thing is, guys, if you go to the mainstream media outlets, you're going to see the comments, and the comments show the true sentiment of the people. And get on there, guys, ambush them. Try not to be belligerent and swear and say, "We're going to get you and hang you and have you fucking dragged down the streets by your neck." None of that sort of stuff. We just want these people to know that they're traitors. We want them to know that the Australian people have woken up. And we want them to know that they will be held to account. And when the day that comes that we have the common law courts here in Australia, it's not going to fare well for them, and it's not going to fare well for all the traitors, all the pedophiles, and all the people who are just following orders in this country, because there's no excuse for treason, guys. It's the highest crime you can commit against your country and its people, and that day is coming. So anyway, I'm going to wrap it up there. I've got a busy day ahead. I hope you're all well. Take care of your mental health, take care of your physical health, have a little plan, hope for the best, be prepared for the worst. You won't need toilet paper, guys. You're going to need food, batteries, torches, fuel, that sort of stuff, like smart stuff. I also get battery packs so I can charge my phone if ever the grid goes down. But mark my words, guys, the cabal is coming down fast. They've revealed their hand. Daniel Andrews telling you the 666. That, to me, was an open declaration of war upon the people of Victoria and Melbourne. I know for some of you that may not make sense, so you got to be aware of what's at stake here, that they're not going to pull any punches, that this is pretty powerful and big stuff going on. So take care of yourselves, be good to each other. God bless. Have a top day. Catch you soon. Bye, guys.
Who's paying for it? What is it, and what are the health consequences? Check this out. Now, come on, guys. Is this normal? This is intense weather modification. I'm going to zoom in and you'll be able to see some pretty intense frequencies out that way. But what absolutely baffles me is this, right? People like this gentleman who just don't look up. They just don't look up, right? These ladies over here, completely oblivious.
Do you agree to the conditions? Listen to me. You work for me, brother.
How could you be a copper? How could you be a copper today? Nitpickers, they're nitpickers. You're kidding! Get a real job! You're joking!
Social distancing.
What did he do? What did he do? You're joking! You're joking! How tough are they?
Do you normally do this when people don't give their name? Do you normally do that?
Wow!
Is this something
Wow,
you
have a
normally
look at
do
him.
when someone doesn't give their
Look
name?
at the coppers!
Is this something you do when someone doesn't?
This is Australia, guys. Shame! Shame! Coleman will get you!
So I do hope that it would be nice for these men to hear that too. May I just say that
Shame! 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 That's a woman! That's a woman! That's a woman! Take a man! Women! Take a bloke instead! Take a bloke instead! You bastards! You pigs! You fucking pigs! Arrest this! Arrest this! Arrest me! Arrest me! Come on! Why would you do that to a woman? Do you know what's happening on this planet? Do you know who we really are governed by? You must listen to us, the people. You work for us.
You must listen to us. Wait, can I get that, mate? Can I get that? Rashi's amidst the virus. Amen. Shame! Shame!
See who's on. I hope everybody's had a lovely Father's Day. Hey Sam. Erica. Elias Toke, good old Shutter. Hey, is it Nash? Nosh. Hi guys. Alright, let's get started. You know me, I don't beat around the bush and I get straight to the point. Some people agree and some people don't. And it's all good. Yesterday was a pretty good day, okay? I read in the Channel 9, apparently on the internet, that arrests were made in Homebush. There were no arrests made. Fines were given out. When you get a fine, it's supposed to say how much you get paid. All I got was people came up to me and said they were given this piece of paper with something on it. The cops did a good job. They just ushered everybody along. Okay? Actually, it went for about 3 hours. All right? I was getting videos at the time. Apparently in Melbourne, it wasn't going that well. But people like Craig saved it. So Melbourne sort of went all right, Queensland did great. New Zealand did excellent as well. But this is why I'm making this live. Because I'm going to just tell you straight. I'm hearing a lot of people that originally started this protest. They set the date, okay? They asked everybody to rock up in Victoria, and they themselves didn't rock up. Now they're trying to justify why they never rocked up. Okay? I'm not into conspiracy theories. I'm not into trying to blame them for anything. I keep it very, very simple. I didn't set the 5th. The people in Queensland never set the 5th. The people in Canberra, good stuff Canberra, they didn't set the 5th. It was a team in Victoria that reached out to me and Michael Sims and people in New Zealand and people in Queensland to stand with them, and we did. Now, if there was a splinter in this group or not, I don't really care. But there are people now trying to justify why they never rocked up. You really must think that I was born yesterday. I'm 47 years old and my hair's grey because I've been through so much shit in my life, so much stress. I've heard so much bullshit that my hair's turned grey. Okay? Don't sit there and try to justify what you did. What you did is you betrayed a cause. You decided to stay home. So I'm not going to buy into that you've been paid or you're an informant. No, I'm not buying into any of that. I'm just going to keep it raw, keep it basic, and keep it simple. I don't care if there was 100 people there, 1,000 people there, or there was 10 people there. You started it and you never showed up. Don't try to justify being a coward. All right? I hear people saying, you don't know what I've done. You don't know how I've put my life in danger. Where do you live? Colombia? This is Australia, mate. What's this thing about putting your life in danger? What's this? You don't know what I've given. What have you given up? Tell me what you've given up. Don't understand. Right? What's this about you putting your life in danger? Has anybody ever threatened you? Has anybody said that live on social media that they're going to come to your house and kill your kids? No, you have none. You have... Look, I respect a man for being honest, okay? If these people want followers, say you're doing it to get followers. But don't turn around and try to justify why you chicken. My son on Saturday was playing football. He got a severe eye gouging. It's all black and blue. I left my son at the medical center and went to the rally. I left the reason why I breathe. I left the reason why I'm still alive in order to go stand with fellow Australians. But you want to come up with an excuse as, you know, too many people said we shouldn't do it on the 5th. So, a lot of people told me not to go. A lot of people said to me, Romeo, don't go. I went. I was there. Because even though up here said to me, don't go, he wouldn't allow me not to go. Because I'd be an embarrassment to my family. I'd be a shit example for my son. And when I left my son, I said to him, look at your dad. Remember me, son. Remember what I did. This is how I want you to be. Stand with your brothers and sisters. Stand with Australia. When I'm gone, try to imitate what I did. Be a better man than me. That's what I told my son. And then I got into my car and I left my son at the medical center with my wife and I went to the protest. Okay? But now I got people here saying, we didn't go because people told us it wasn't a good idea. We need to reset the date. So, stop lying to yourself. Yesterday, we have new Anzacs. Yes, we do. Because New Zealand stood up with Australia. We are the new Anzacs. And when the whistle blew, we all went over the top. Okay? Craig Cole, Jackie Dundee, Michael Sims, Joel Jamal, Ricardo Bosey. I don't know anybody in Queensland, but they did. We went over the top. But you guys that set the date, it was you that set the date. Not me, not any of us. You set the date. Okay? You got into the fetal position in the mud and refused to go over the top. because you were scared. That's what it is. That's when you tear away all your excuses and you tear away all your justification. You're a coward. And as they say, a coward dies 1,000 deaths. Only true warriors, true Australians, true Anzacs only die once. But you just keep trying to justify what you did. You allowed your brothers and sisters, whether there was 10, 20, 100, whatever. You started it and you wanted to, and you never rocked up. You started it and you never rocked up. Call it what you want. Try to justify whatever you want. The truth is you're a coward. The truth is you've been exposed. You're just a populist, if there's such a word. You just want people to follow you. And I must emphasize, I have no followers, zero, at all. I don't even have one. What I do have is family, friends, and supporters, right? That's what I got, right? I'm not after some media deal. I want a better future for my son and daughters. That's what I want. Okay? I prefer that nobody comes up to me in the streets. To be me with my family, because I don't deal too well with people recognizing me. I get very, I get embarrassed. Okay? Because I'm not some media personality. I'm not some superstar. I'm Romeo, married to Jemana. My son's Maz, my daughter Gemma and Annabella. I'm one of you. And I love when people come up and say hello, but my heart beats weird. But if if you want to be the super to yourself, stop pretending you're crusaders for a great cause. And when you're asked to go over the top, you cower in the corner and then come up with excuses. Right? It's like a person I knew once. He started a fight in a nightclub. He started the fight. And me and my mates jumped in. He disappeared. When asked why he didn't stand shoulder to shoulder with us, he said he was too strong and was too scared to help anyone. He might have hurt someone. You can come up with a million excuses. I felt compelled to go live because I've seen your excuses. Oh, also, I'm not going to name any names, but I have your text messages. I have the written words of how you describe yourself. It was all sent to me. That's why I do not want anything to do with you anymore. Because you're fake. You're a coward. And Craig Cole has finally realised. So has Jackie Dundee. So has Michael Sims. And so have I. We trusted you. We thought you were an Australian. You're not Australian. Go to Hollywood. Go to Hollywood. Because your acting was outstanding. And you got a lot of people, including myself at one point, believing that you were doing it for a cause. Actually, you were your own. to be famous. It's a shame, you know. It really is. Just be honest. All that was asked of you was to show up. And now you want to bag the people that showed up? You set the date. You pushed for it. You want to go to war and then actually not have the guts to fight? Why? Because in danger. I can't get that in my head. How's your life in danger? Where do you live? What have you given up? I'm trying to keep calm here, but I can't stand bullshit. And I kept my mouth shut. But I'm not going to keep my mouth shut anymore because I saw your video, you're live. You're trying to justify what you did. Can't justify cowardness. A coward is a coward. You started this. You betrayed us. And to say that it wasn't successful, man, go talk to some imbecile. It was very successful. A lot of proud Australians rocked up. A lot of gutsy Australians rocked up. And a lot of people that now realise you're just a little boy who cowers in the corner and is just after a little bit of attention. You better go away, mate. You better go away. All right? It's best that you go away because you've just disgraced yourself. You've disgraced your honour. And me personally, my honour is everything I have. Every man's honour is everything he has. If he respects that honour, then he does things that might get him into trouble. He does things that might get him arrested for a greater cause, for the love of a nation. And you do that kind of stuff. But you have... Nah. And guys, you know who I'm regarding to. It's a silly question. No, I'm not going to say it's a silly question. That's rude. I'm just going to say you know who I'm talking about. Craig Cole was there. Jackie Dundee was there in Victoria. And do the maths. Michael Sims was in Melbourne. I was in Sydney with Joel Jammel and Ricardo Bosey. In Queensland, I don't know who they are. And in New Zealand, I don't know who they are. But they were there. So anybody who wasn't there and anybody that jumps onto social media and tries to justify for them not being there, well, they're the ones. That's it. They're the ones. God bless you all. God bless Australia. I'm so very proud of every single person that rocked up to the rally. I'm so proud of every single person that said enough's enough, both for himself and for his brothers and sisters. It makes what I do very, very, very worthwhile. Something I cannot put a figure on. I can't put money. You can't calculate it with money. Simple as that. But not all of us calculate being rich with love, being rich with respect. Some of us pretend to love our fellow man, but deep down they just want to line their pockets. If you want to do that, just be honest. Nobody will hold it against you. We all need to survive in this world. But don't pretend that you're doing it for the love of mankind. And when you're asked to stand up, you disappear. If this offends you, well, you know, it ain't the first time I've offended someone. It ain't the first time I spoke the truth. I was there. So was Craig Cole, Jackie Dundee, Michael Sims. We were there. I'll leave you with this. Where were you? And who were you working for? God bless you all. See you, everyone. Well, still morning. Good morning, guys. Yesterday was a great day. Can't tell you, I couldn't make a post yesterday after I left because I just needed to calm down. It was just awesome. Absolutely awesome. Everybody there was great. The police were good. They did what they had to do, but, you know, totally understandable. But out of 100, I'd give it 99. So I was very proud, and that's why I didn't do a video yesterday or post. I just wanted to take it all in and just, you know, start thinking of the next one when things aren't so restricted. So, with that said, thank you everybody that went all over Australia. God, it's proud to be Australian. Now, happy Father's Day. Happy Father's Day to every single bloke that gets up every day and busts a gut, not for himself, but for his children and his family. We put it down to one day, I believe. Every day is Happy Mother's Day and Happy Father's Day. Every day. Every day to every woman and man that get up and go for it, just so that kids can have a good life. Today it's Happy Father's Day, so Happy Father's Day to everyone. To the fathers that can't be around your kids, that have been taken away from you, that breaks my heart. To the women who have taken their kids away from their ex-husbands, I urge you to give them today. If they are doing right by the kids and still standing by you, put your difference to the side for one day. Allow these men to see their children. God bless you all. God bless Australia. Enjoy your day, guys.
So $10 a week.
Right on the way.
Much respect.
Oh, 15 years ago. Alright, Peter. And, you know, didn't think I thought it'd be my kids. They'd have to cop this shit, but here we are. Anyway, it's all good. Yeah, we were born for this. We chose this lifetime for this moment. We're here in this time for a reason. Yeah. That's where we're at. Yeah. Thanks, Simone. What's your name? Lauren. So nice to meet you. Yeah, same. Are you here on your own? I'm here with Mark. Oh, yeah. Hi, Mark.
Hello, how you going? We can shake hands, that's okay.
You can shake me, you can do whatever the fuck you want. Because the virus isn't contagious. Did you know that?
Even if it is, man. Even if it is COVID.
Alright, here we are. Police have found a way to... Oh, across the road! Crossing the road. Here they are, they're over there.
Hey Michelina, hey Adam, hey Carl's Violet Magic, Studios Mono Woman, Breezy Girl, hi Graham Williams, hope you're all doing well. So I was going to break it down for you quickly tonight and go through and let you know where I think it falls apart a little bit. Doesn't really make a lot of sense. So we've got here from 11:59 on September the 13th. So we've extended now out another 2 weeks to September 13th. We're saying the curfew, the only little changes that are going to happen for this stage 4 between the 13th and the 28th. So we're extending out to the 28th. The curfew is going to move from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. There shouldn't be a curfew at all. So curfew is moving from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. That's his big, here you go, you got an extra hour at night time. It's crazy. Exercise moves from 1 hour per day to 2 hours. How do they police that anyway? They can't police it. Can't be policed. Singles can go out and visit others even if outside 5 kilometers. So that's like for Tinder and things like that, but they still have to, the curfew still applies to these people. They can go outside 5 kilometers. That means you could have Tinder dates every single day and have people mixing everywhere. So it makes no sense. It doesn't make any sense at all. And playgrounds are reopening. Playgrounds should have been open the whole time. Kids haven't been wearing masks anyway, so that doesn't make sense either. Playgrounds should have been open the whole time. Then, September 28th, they call it step 2. If cases are between 30 and 50, so there's your numbers, okay? If cases are between 30 and 50. Public gatherings of 5 people are allowed. Public gatherings of 5 people. Schools prep through to grade 2 will go back, September 28th, and VCE will go back. Construction and manufacturing and gardening will go back to doing what they're doing as well. So that's September 28th. So that means we're still running on our curfews right through this time as well. And the next number is October 26th. So that means we're running curfews from now through to October 26th. Okay, guys? Curfews are continuing to run all the way through to October 26th at this stage. So 9 p.m. curfew and 2 hours of exercise within 5 kilometers. All the way up to October 26th. Then, from step 3 of October 26th, you have to have average cases for 14 days less than 5. Okay? So if you can have average cases for 14 days less than 5 by October 26th, the curfew ends, the 5 kilometer rule goes away, public gatherings of 10 people, partially retail starts to reopen, they say here, hairdressing. Hospitality can have outdoor settings, outdoor sports as long as there's 0 contact. This is written by a mad person. Step 4, November 23rd. 0 cases. If you've had 0 cases for 14 straight days, you can have 50 people outdoors. All retail open. So November 23rd. So retail has to wait for another 2 months before retail can all open up. Weddings and funerals back to normal. Now, there's one thing that didn't get put out in here, but he got asked the question, is mandated masks. And he said mandated masks are going to keep on going. There's no end date. So I've said to all these people that are wearing masks, what's the end date? Do you know? And they can't answer. There's no end date. There's no end date to these masks until his vaccine comes. And the only way this is all achievable is if no one gets tests. If no one gets tests anymore. So we need to understand that for this to happen, for us to just scrap this, we have a choice. The power is in us. All we need to do to stop this is say no. All we need to do is to say no. And that's it. Say no to everything. Say no to masks. Open your shops and off you go. Big news coming up this weekend about shops, about retail in Melbourne. So I'm going to keep you posted. I've got a big meeting tomorrow morning about what's happening this weekend. And I'm going to keep you guys posted, okay, guys? So keep an eye out. That's going to be huge, 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 huge. Tomorrow morning is my meeting, and then I'll come on tomorrow and hopefully have some really amazing, exciting stuff that we're going to be doing moving forwards. And I told you this is what was going to happen, and the groundswell is there. So keep an eye. It's 100% going to give you guys some news on what's happening tomorrow morning. So keep an eye out. We're calling the word school. So school's going to be in soon, guys. And keep the 13th open, I guess, because that's what I've seen floating around from people. Let's keep breaking the ground, keep waking people up. And you guys are doing amazing things. Please don't get tested. It's the only way these numbers go up is when people get tested. Look after yourself, and I'll talk to you guys really soon. Peace out.
Folks, so I think we've all seen that Facebook have brought in new terms and conditions which will be applicable as of the 1st of October 2020. and in it states that anyone that has been banned for any reason, anyone who has violated their terms of service or terms and conditions or whatever, will have their Facebook account closed as of the 1st of October. So anyone who's received a 24-hour ban, 3-day, 7-day, 30-day, or whatever ban you've had from Facebook, you will now violate their new terms and they will close your account. But we all knew this was happening. Personally, myself, I did a video on this exact thing, March. Not so much Facebook, but more along the lines of they will take everything from you until you have nothing left. If you do not kowtow and you do not do as you're told, they will just strip everything from you. This is the way it was always going to go, and that's exactly what is happening. So, yes, we can move to different social media platforms, etc., but it's not going to stop them. This was always the plan, to turn us basically into China, where they have a social credit system. A bit like our credit score, if you like. If you pay your bills on time, then you get a better credit score, and then you get rewarded with better mortgages, better loans, etc., etc. Same type of thing, but it's going to be based on your behaviour. They already do it in China. So, for example, they monitor you with cameras and facial recognition, and if they see you buying a pack of nappies, for example, it could show that you're a mother, and you get 1 extra point for being motherly. If they see you in a shop buying alcohol every 2 days, the algorithm's probably going to pick up you're an alcoholic, and you'll go down a few points. Anything and everything you do, everywhere you go, everyone you associate with, everything you talk about, because everything's listening to you, will become part of your world. You will be watched, listened to, and you will be scored on that, and you will live your life based on your score. Now, that could be seen as a good thing. We're moving into a utopian society where basically bad people can't thrive because you'll just be outcast from society. But when we live in a world run by satanic paedophiles, there is no way on this planet are we going to move to a utopia. It's going to be a communist dystopia. And anyone who dares speak up against the system will lose everything. And that's right now. When people are born, people are conditioned, brainwashed, manipulated, indoctrinated to suit a narrative. Look at shit people believe that happened in the world. People that believe in stuff. I'm not going to touch on too much stuff, but think of everything you've been taught in your life. Fucking none of it's true. It's the same type of way. You'll be brought into a world where masks are normal. A kid won't know any different. Where not speaking to people is normal. Where not speaking up is normal. Where queuing up 2 meters apart is normal. These kids don't know any different. It's only relevant to us as a society because we'll be the ones outcast. But to all the new people being brought into the world, they won't know any different. When a child is brought up in a regimented fashion, just look at the Chinese. They don't rebel against it. That's who they are. That's how they're brought up. It is their nature. Oh, fucking hell. They know no different. So, it's our generation or our lives that are going to be changed because we've come from a sense of freedom. We've never been free as human beings, but we've come from a sense of freedom and being able to do what we like within reason to tyranny, to communism, to Marxism, and that's where it will change. I made a video about this in March where I thought they will make societies like slums and normal people, and you'll be outcast from society if you don't fit in. This also goes into vaccinations. Vaccinations were never going to be forced, i.e. pinned down. But if you don't get it, you can't do this, etc. Say, we're already seeing it with the flu mist in schools. Your child has to have a flu mist. Why? But if you don't do it, your child can't go to school. But if your child doesn't go to school, you'll get fined. Again, don't send your kids to school, you get fined. You don't have a flu mist, you're probably going to get fined. They will attack you whatever possible way they can until they strip you of everything. Now you think, oh, it's a fine, I'll just pay it. But not everyone can just pay it. Not everyone can fight and argue common law as to why you don't have to pay a fine. But when it becomes a world where a technocracy, where our world is run by robots, by automation, i.e. at the moment when you try and get into a football stadium, you can't get into that football stadium unless you have a ticket. And you bought that ticket by someone who's allowed a contract between you and them, you paid money, they give you a ticket, you go in, you put your ticket in, you go into the stadium. But these tickets are going to move to either bracelets, passports, tattoos, or chips. Probably not chips just yet. Passports, apps, bracelets, something along that line. And at the moment where we stand outside supermarkets and we argue with a human being, and a human being can feel threatened, overwhelmed, they will let you in, you'll argue the law, etc. When you come up against a door that will not open unless you scan your barcode, or you scan your app, or you scan your passport, or whatever, there's nothing to argue against. There's no fear. There's no intimidation. There's no reasoning. The door just will not open. And that is where we are moving to, and have been for months. And we're still going that way. So, the same as you try and scan your ticket to get into a football stadium, you try and scan your passport to get into a supermarket, or to try and get into, I don't know, a gym. Anywhere. Everything will become automated. It'll be in your car. It'll be in your house. The doors won't open to your house. Lock you in your house. I know this is far away, but it will happen. Why do you think they've already moved Alexa and Google and stuff into our homes? Automation, getting us used to it. Social conditioning. So they don't need to pin you down and give a vaccine when they can stop you going to a supermarket. And if you can't go to the supermarket, you can't eat. You can't eat, you die. It's as simple as that. We're already seeing it at the moment where people being pressured at work to wear masks. And if you don't wear a mask, you can't work. But it won't be, it'll be the next step. What is the next step? If you don't abide by the next step, you don't get to keep your job. And then jobs soon, all the doors and everything will have passports on it, apps, bracelets, chips, everything controlled by one central system. And if you do not have what's needed to be part of that system, you will just be outcast. You cannot get into a supermarket, you cannot get into a gym, you cannot get into your fucking house. You probably won't have a house, but that's what I'm getting at. Moving into a world of automation where AI and algorithms will run everything. They already do it in China. So I don't know why people look at me like I'm fucking crazy. They already do it in China. Facial recognition, automation is massive over there. And if you do not fit in, if your social credit is low, they ban you from certain places. They ban you from travelling. That's the way it works. And it will only get worse. So we're already seeing it with Facebook. Sorry, you don't fit in with our narrative, with our agenda. We're now not going to let you have Facebook. So now Facebook will just become sheepbook. And every single bit of information on Facebook will suit the sheep and the gendered narrative. And only the good people can look at it. And the good people will be blinded so much by Facebook because we are trying to stand up for what's right. We're trying to put our information out there and it's being censored, it's being taken down. But Facebook will soon be, that'll all be gone. It won't be a case of be censored, take down. Facebook will just be their world. They've spent, what, nearly 15 years building up Facebook? And now they have Facebook just full of zombies, of puppeted drones who just bleat the same bullshit over and over again. Don't think this is something new. This was designed. Facebook was designed to be this way. This plan has been in Agenda 21 has been in motion for years. They'll take Facebook off you. They'll take your jobs off you. They'll take your ability to go anywhere until essentially you are outcast from society. With no money, no house, no food. What options do you have? What it will boil down to is you either fit in or you die. Those are your choices. Unless we somehow stop this tyranny. Because once we're controlled by AI, algorithms and robots, you can't push back. You can't push back against a robot. You can't push back against an electronic door. You can't. You will lose. Of course you can't. It's not even up for discussion. So we're now seeing this from Facebook, they've now just massively put this in our faces, and this surely has to wake more people up. Facebook are telling me, unless you share what we want you to share, we will not allow you on our platform. Now, granted, there will be people going, well, good, you shouldn't be sharing lies about COVID. You are fucking beyond help. Seriously. You go live your fucking drone world where your mind at some point will be fused with AI and you'll have a fucking robot brain. Not for me. I had this discussion with people close to me months ago. And this type of thing I said would happen, and it looks like it's still going that way. And like I said, it's a choice between fit in or die. And I had a discussion with close people to me and said, I will just die. I cannot fit in with this narrative. My personality does not let me be this person. I will not be a fucking sheep. You will have to pin me down before you stick a mask on my face. But when I can't get food, when I can't have a job, when I can't go anywhere, do anything, and I'm completely outcast from society, where society is your entire life, what option do you have? And people will buckle. They have no choice but to buckle. Your choice are buckle and be a sheep. Do as you're told, when you're told, ask no questions, and just be a drone for the rest of your life, or end your life. And that side I've already picked. I'm not saying I'm going to go and stick a hose on my exhaust pipe and stick it through my window tomorrow and end it, but when it becomes too much, I will not bow to their tyranny. No fucking chance. And the last thing I want is them to lock me up somewhere in a cell, give them a piece of bread a day until I die naturally. I'd rather just go on my own terms. This is not some kind of suicide fucking video, but it's getting people to fucking realise what the fucking hell is going on. You will be controlled. Every aspect of your damn life will be controlled soon. And if it's not in line with the narrative, they will fucking take everything from you. We're already seeing it. Not wearing a mask, can't come in. Not wearing a mask, can't have a job. Not in a bubble, can't send your kids to school. Fucking standing too close to each other, people getting fined. People getting dragged out of their houses. People not allowed to have their fucking kids next to them when they have a child. It's my fucking child, if I have one. Fuck you telling me I can't be next to my child. This is the way it's going. All in the name of safety, all in the name of COVID, all in the name of we fucking love you. The people are so fucking stupid, they can't see how we've got there and how we will continue to get there. They'll continually brainwash and indoctrinate and manipulate you to believe the next step is the right step. And only people who don't suffer from cognitive dissonance and only people who can critically think will see through this. But seeing through it soon won't be enough. You fit in or you fuck off. And there probably will be outcast societies of homeless people, and I see it. But then once that generation of people have gone, because they will go, they can't live fucking forever, and they probably can't live for long if they've got nothing, the next generation will be born into tyranny. And they will know no different. They can't stand up and go, this is bullshit, because that's their only existence. That's all they know. So it's down to us, the people that are alive now and who have seen this progress and this change within society, to do something about it. Because if you don't, you'll have everything stripped from you. And for people that have children, you can have them stripped from you. They'll be turned into fucking robots. And you might say, yeah, I've had enough. But at what point do you have enough and you're willing to leave your children behind? That's a difficult thing. You would then probably become the sheep. Become controlled for the sake of your children. But then what the fuck how are your children living? People really need to understand and wrap their head around what the fuck is going on. If we don't stop this, we will be controlled by automation. Automation can't be scared. Automation cannot be reasoned with. you will lose 100% of the time. Can't win a war against a robot. So you have to keep fighting and doing what we're doing. Because if we don't, we lose. We lose, and you have a choice. Fit in or fuck off.
Hi Tony, hi Danielle, hi Cherie, how you going? Hi Maha, how are you? G'day Adriana, how you going? Hi Lisa. Now, I got to tell you about another cousin of ours today, Australia, and her name's Lisa, and she decided she was going to ask the question of her candidate, what about these suppression orders? And of course her candidate is none other than that Damien Huxham, and Damien Huxham from One Nation. Remember him? I contacted him about 2 years ago. Remember that? That was funny. He wrote back telling me his granddaddy was a Freemason and he didn't know nothing about suppression orders, so I sent him all the information on Bill Heffernan's speech and never heard from him again, And anyway, Lisa sends him a message today and asks him, what are you going to do about these suppression orders? And you know what he sent back to her? He said he didn't know about them. Well, he's a big fat liar. Because he did know about them. I gave him all the information 2 years ago. The Hansards and the whole box and dice. So Damien Huxham from One Nation, he definitely is a bullshit artist, Hi Helen, hi Michelle, how you going? Hi Anne, how you going? Oh look, Cuzzy Patricia's here as well as Jess, Anyway, you need to take on Lisa. Lisa was saying, everyone actually needs to send, whoever's running, needs to send them a message and say, look, I want to know what you do. Oh, we've got Cuzzy Jane here from the UK. That's awesome. That's awesome. Sorry, I'm just, my train of thought. Yeah, Lisa was saying, everybody needs to send the message and ask the question of any political candidate that's running. What are you going to do about these suppression orders? And she was like, because you need to call them out. We need to do this en masse. And she's right. And it just takes a moment to send them a message. And you actually have to do that. You have to take the steps to do that. You can't sit back and wait for someone else to do the work. Okay, these are your candidates. Not some imaginary, faraway, distant person. These are your candidates. So you have to start tapping into them directly, you know. Oh, look, Cousin Christy's here. Cousin Tina's here as well, you know. And like Anne says, call them out. Yeah, you got to call them out. And you've also got to be mindful that we all, like you say, we come to the awakening at different times, you know. Yeah. And I'm just going to see if there's anyone wants to pop on. Robin's here. Let's have a chat with Robin. Adding Robin. It's flashing now. It's flashing. Oh, Chrissy, yeah, I know it's disappointing about Pauline, but you've still got to know. You've still got to know, you know. Hi, Julia, how you going? Emailed Craig Kelly today, and in his position in law enforcement, that he should lift the suppression orders. And what did he say to that? What did he say to that? Oh, and Juliana says she's still waiting for a response. How could you get a letter like that and not respond immediately? This is about incest and pedophilia. That requires an immediate response. It's a bit like the police officers that came here to my home yesterday, you know, and I said to him, well, you know, what do you think of incest and pedophilia? He didn't even want to answer the question. I mean, most normal people just turn around and go, well, that's wrong, you know, but he didn't. It says there is no answer, Robin. There is no answer. Maybe your camera's not on. And yeah, Pauline's no good, Helen. You know, I mean, these suppression orders have been going since the 90s. And she's been in the parliament a long time. I've written to her myself constantly for over 2 years, never even had a reply from her. I did get a call a couple of times from Steve Dixon. Remember him, the bloke that was caught in the stripper place? He was a candidate for hers. And he after having that conversation with him, it was so obvious that he was a player. And then, of course, there was the podcast of Dia Beltran that did with Jim Savage, who was the chief inspector of, who was the chief of staff for a long time. Anyway, hello, Robin. How are you? Oh, sorry.
Well, darling,
Jim Savage.
I'm happy to be speaking.
Yeah, just one sec. Jim Savage, the Chief of Staff for Pauline Hanson's office for over 20 years, said on Dia Beltran's podcast that his father and brother were both Freemasons. Did that last November. So, yeah, she's completely surrounded with them. She's by herself. Anyone who's silent on this issue is questionable, you know. Yeah, go on, Robin. It's lovely to see you. How are you going?
Firstly, hello from Perth, Western Australia.
Didn't you guys put on a brilliant show yesterday? Man, that was awesome.
Well, we might only be a small little state, you know, but we got people with legs.
It was awesome, Tina.
Okay.
And this is what
we got people with legs.
This is what people need to know too. This is a marathon, not a sprint. You got to be there again this Saturday.
Well, I'm actually under the actual format that those that aren't working, you know, anybody who's getting their 550, come to the picnic next weekend.
Yeah, big family reunions. That's what we're having.
Every Saturday until they unleash Victoria. Okay?
That's
and until they unleash us all.
That's exactly what has to happen.
Now, as a people, okay, and as a sovereign people, we all have our passions. And when I met Karen Brewer and started to watch her videos, I was horrified. I had no idea what had been going on behind my back while I was 24-hour nursing my husband, because I didn't get much else to do but look after him. It's been going on since 2013. It's been going on since they started stealing our children, okay, from our Indigenous tribes. Okay, it's been going on since they landed here. Now, what I'm going to tell you is this. I almost rang up all my Indigenous cousins and asked them if they could start preparing the spears, please. Because we may not all have guns, but they've only got so many bullets. They can only take so many down of us. But if they want to go there, we'll go there. But right now we've come peacefully. The South Australian Police yesterday gave a beautiful report to Sky News about how beautifully behaved, or Channel 7, whatever it was. I saw it this morning, praising our people of South Australia, 6,500 Australians who came here for Victoria and for themselves, because we don't ever walk alone, we walk with everybody, because they're all our cousins.
Exactly right.
When we first started off in this land, you know, my family's been here since 1842. We were paid our own way on the Simon Taylor and established the farming industry here as founding forefathers in Western Australia, feeding the people. Okay? So I'm used to feeding the people. I also had 3 big franchise restaurants, used to feeding the people. We've got people all over the place that are ready for the new world order according to the people, that actually have devised business plans that have been set and sitting and waiting to take out this old world order that we have. We have to join together as a people. We've got, as you say, our diggers across the pond, right, who are also very frightened. The Chinese Communist Army is in there as well as being in Canada over 6 weeks ago. Now, what you need to understand is this. Our passion, and we actually have something, we've got them on because of Karen's hard work and because of other people's hard work that have gone and asked these politicians politely to stand down, that have turned up to their offices and done all the things that we need to do, sent them thousands of emails, people. That's what's been going on. Now, at the end of the day, they just answer back their same responses. I sent out 24 emails on Friday to my parliamentary members here in Western Australia and to see what responses came back in. See, I'm not one of these people that sits there and thinks to myself, oh, I wonder what happens when you do that.
Yeah, you do it.
I do it and find out. You see, now, the thing is, we all have to become extremely formidable. We have to link arms with every single organisation that is out there, right? And we need to start taking a Zoom meeting on the common law and the law of the land and explain to the people every night of the week exactly who they are. We're sovereigns. And those people over the ditch there in New Zealand are waiting, right? We're all Commonwealth countries, including Canada. I've got friends in Canada, right? We could start a fire if we really wanted to, a bushfire, because we're bush rangers, right? Okay? We, the people for the people, are sovereign. We come under the law of the land, the common law. We have got people out there that have already served the Victorian police yesterday or Friday with documents. We have got to fight, Karen. We are going to link arms. We're going to join all groups together. We're going to drop all of this attacking these trolls and all the rest of it, okay? Bottom line is that we have to stand together to get the impact and to get the motion moving. And so what my suggestion is, spread the word. Every Saturday, you are to come to the picnic and to bring somebody new.
The family.
And that'll double our numbers for next Saturday. And every weekend, the people that came last weekend are to bring somebody too. In the next 4 to 5 weeks, I want to see 500,000 people picnicking, right?
Having a family reunion.
Picnicking, having family reunions in the parks that we have been told are for we the people.
That's right. That's exactly right.
Our Kings Park.
This is a marathon.
Well, it's a big bush park, but we love bushwalking and we've got plenty of big green grass down there to sit on. So bring your water, bring your picnic lunch and bring your sign, right? Because there's nothing without words that can't be spoken out loud. You know, as I say, we marched yesterday into our city, you know, and we had the best picnic there. So 9,500 West Australians, over 12,000 Victorians. Do the numbers,
exactly.
Right? Okay. What was happening down in South Australia? 6,500 people there. So altogether, we're in nearly 30,000 plus people, plus Tasmania and so forth. The fact is, the people will rise. Understand, we've got a backbone,
and we're coming.
And we're not going to put up with these people that refuse to bring down a filthy British pirate, Freemason, Demolay, 316 families, right? So the rest of us can live under their order as enslavement, that every single one of you, when your mum had you in the hospital, you were signed over to the Vatican. All of our GST, 50% going over to the Vatican and 50% going to the US government. Since 2009, we've been paying for our privilege to be part of the war effort, you know, with the White Fleet that rolled
And this
in.
is the thing.
Listen,
people don't...
We must educate our young people, because right now we've got over 40, 50,000 young people that are prepared to come out Saturday afternoon, you know, and bring some more friends and family.
And if you know...
We need to bring our elders out.
And if you know...
We need to bring our nanas out. And our granddads out, because we're not putting up with this shit.
Exactly.
I've got an 80-year-old mother, a 73-year-old stepfather, an 82-year-old mother-in-law, and an 88-year-old mother-in-law. So what I'm going to tell you is this. They have seen their country totally destroyed. But we, the digital warriors, okay, because that's who we are, we're the digital warriors. I sent out a video yesterday of the police in Victoria taking down our people, and it was with a dad and mum taking a walk with twin babies, right, okay, around the corner. Well, when they did that, I sent it out to America, over to 50 followers, and let them all share it. Never mind 7 million, 8 million views, it'll go worldwide.
Yeah, exactly.
And I'm about to tell the global Chinese Communist newspaper this week that we will not be called white trash by them. We've got an elite society because we created it. Okay? No one should be hungry. There shouldn't be one hungry child, one homeless child. We have enough mums wanting to adopt babies in Australia, and we have enough ladies that are falling pregnant, and if they just go full term, those babies will be adopted by beautiful families.
That's exactly right.
Okay? That want children.
You know, there's no reason...
Where they can visit that kid. Where they can visit that kid if they want to. The bottom line is we're not killing babies no more on my watch, okay? This is a global problem. So we have a few problems on our agenda, Karen, but because you've done your homework, we can take everything you've done now, right, and slam these motherfuckers, because you're the one who's going to speak on that, okay? We can do Zoom meetings where we can get it out to every friend, every group, and call people in to watch.
Yeah.
Call people in for the information, because what's happening is this. Knowledge. Our people, in the whole of the time of the education of our children, they have never given us the full story on the history of Australia, because they've hid it all from us, because they're British,
the Freemason demolation,
human traffickers, drug fucking traffickers, okay? Okay? This is just the beginning. And now they wanted to mutilate our children and feed them back to us in McDonald's hamburgers and minces, what they're doing, right? So I'm done with this cabal. I'm done with...
See, Robin, I want all that to stop. I want all these other labels to stop. These people are Freemason demolays. I'm not having any of this Illuminati or any other labels, right?
No.
They are Freemason demolays, and we call them for what they are, right? They're not some...
Well, the thing is that the people, the Freemason demolays, they're all from the British fleet when they did the same thing to New Zealand.
Yes, exactly.
And the same thing to Canada.
And America.
Okay? All right, because my actual husband's family, they were part of the pay your taxes, burn their farms. They were French, and they got moved from Canada down to Louisiana.
Yeah.
You know what they did to them? Yeah. 2 ships, one with males, one with children and wives, and they set them 300 miles apart down in Louisiana. It took them 4 years to walk to each other and find each other.
Yep.
Okay, and this is what they do. This is the British Freemason pirate demolays. They are all part of the problem.
Yeah, they are. And those Masonic lodges are in the district of which you live. Pay attention. You know.
Because these halls that they have always look like there's nobody in them. Have you ever seen that? You know, there's nobody there. It's almost like they're such a secret society that nobody knows when they actually meet.
And they walk.
Well, I think it's about time we started to do some surveys and start going out there at 1 o'clock in the morning and seeing whose cars do pull up and what they're up to.
That's exactly right. And what you're going to find,
See,
what you're going to find,
the thing is, what I'm going to tell
the
you.
principals of your schools, they are the police officers in your district command.
Yes.
They are your local
I
bank
know.
managers. They are your local business owners.
I know exactly who they are. It goes this way, people. Let me tell you how it goes, right? It's meant to go God, man, woman, and every child, every human being. Then it's the government who we elect in to look after us. Well, they haven't been doing that since they've been in power ever. And then there are the police force. Now, unfortunately, it goes like this. Government and all the judiciary, so they're all first cousins, you know, second cousins, third cousins, you know, whatever they are.
Crossbreeds as well.
How it goes down in order, is this, right? Then the dumber, the next lot, the dumber lot, and the next dumber lot.
They're your bureaucracies.
So they're the police force. Okay?
And your
They're your police force. And yeah, right, okay. So what you have to realise is that, you know, the amount of people that get into these organisations and find out that the person that's running it is a narcissistic
or an idiot
personality.
Or an idiot.
Or a full-blown bloody idiot, right? Yeah.
And then
what actually
they're
happens
standing there
is this.
scratching their heads going, how did an idiot like that get that job? And they don't bother to answer the question. But you need to answer the question. Don't just ask
I'm looking at you with Nana eyes.
Don't just
I'm
ask
looking at you with Nana eyes.
Answer
right?
it. Dig in. You know their history. Where'd they go to school? Who's their daddy?
I told the New Zealanders today, the young ones, go back to the first fleet landing. Go back and speak to your elders tonight. Go back to your first fleet landing. Find out what was said. Find out, because they came into New Zealand, okay, looking for the direct family descendants of the 13 bloodlines.
It's true.
Okay?
It's true.
What I'm telling you is this. That was the news I heard on NITV the other night. So I was able to say, okay, I saw a program in New Zealand, from New Zealand the other night, with your elders, you know, having a discussion about how they came in asking who were directly related to Abel. Is it? In the Bible? The 13 families of the Cabal? Who's the bloodline that's related? So what they do is then they marry in, as Karen said, to each other, okay, to keep it all nice and kosher. I'll give them kosher, because what I'm about to tell you is this. These people couldn't run a chook raffle.
Well, you can tell. Have a look around
and there's
you.
business people, there's business people like myself and my husband, right, with successful business history, okay, just like the Donald Trump, right? We know how to make money. We've made plenty of companies a lot of money, okay? Bottom line is there's a lot of people out there that have worked their lives in this whole damn thing to get ahead in their lives.
And they've had,
you know, most of us earning menial wages, but to get ahead in our lives, we tuck our money away for our retirement and we do this and we do that. And at the end of the day, then we're faced with no rights at all. We can't even speak. I'm going to tell you, Karen, your live going back Friday, I think 2 weeks ago, I started posting, we must demand they stand down.
Yeah.
And what happened is they disconnected me. Then they came in the next day and they actually, what do you call it, hacked me.
Okay, yeah.
I couldn't get online to my website on Facebook since 2008, right? What they did to me, Karen, they kept me off for nearly 2 weeks.
Yeah.
I had to come on and create a new account, right, just to talk to, you know, friends. The thing is,
I have the same issues, Robin, with my messenger. I lost all ability to log into that a few weeks ago, and it was like off for 3 weeks straight. I couldn't get messages. I couldn't answer messages, nothing. So I know they're tapping into it.
So this is what I'm going to tell you, because when I talked to you last, people heard me talking to you, right? But because we have basically, you know, got a bit of traction, you know, with our groups and things like that, right? We have a bit of traction, right? And what's happening now is, you see, ASIO, the Australian Federal Police, right, the police force, right, they're all on their way to prison, a lot of them. Anybody that's committing these inhumane acts against our people right now that are being kicked around and arrested by the Victorian police or by any other police. Now, what we have to do, people, is we've got our knowledge in different areas now. As a people, we must unite.
Yep, got to be the push.
We must, that's correct. To stay on track, we must form a to-do list, and we must write that to-do list out and send it personally to everybody, right? Yeah. Not open it onto a Facebook platform. And in that, we will form meeting times every night of the week where people can come and the news will be told, right? And we'll start off with, this is not the 9 o'clock news, this is the real news, just like Karen starts off, and she'll welcome us in with her news run.
Absolutely.
With her little music chimes, right? And the thing is that we'll do that 15 minutes before we're about to come online, right? We'll send a ringing bell out with the news is on its way. Oh, the news is on its way. Because what we have to do is we have to get people, you know, to come and listen within,
and
minutes. And we need to get it out to everybody in our, messenger where we send our messages to our people, right? Quietly. Because the bush telegraph goes quietly, right?
It's having the conversations.
We need to have, and this is what I'm saying, whether it be a Zoom, I think the Zoom is working very, very well, right? We need to have a Zoom meeting because we can have up to 20, 30 people speaking on that Zoom, right?
Okay.
And what we can do is we can have specialists from all the different areas. Now, the first thing we have to do as sovereigns is understand the sovereign law.
Yeah.
Understand the law of the common land. Understand that we've got solicitors now ready to actually put a comment on everything that is being committed unlawfully. On every news stream that comes in, on every act that they commit upon us, because these are all treasonous acts and we must, record them. And even if they take the videos down, right, there must be a record.
Yeah.
So we can hold them to it. And the best thing to do is, we need to probably print it off and hold it in a file.
Yep. Yep, definitely.
The thing is that, they are going to try.
That's why I encouraged everyone, and still do to this day, send the emails, write the letters. You are documenting your will, and it's important that you do that, because at some point in the future, that's going to be used against them.
Well,
and it's really important.
How would everybody like to know a little bit of truth? Because tonight, I think the most important thing that we have to worry about right now is providing a safe home for our children and an environment of love.
Yeah.
And without a home, we have nothing. Okay?
That's right. And it's, Robin, it's so important. It's really so important that people realise you must be at your family reunions every Saturday. No exception, no excuses. You've got to be there.
We're going to have themes. We're going to have speakers with themes. We're going to start running orderly meetings. Okay, we're going to have people on human rights that were affected this week. What happened this week about this person or that person, right? People that were dragged out of their home or arrested for social media. So, we'll have highlights of that. That'll go around the nation every Saturday, right? So the thing is that there's nothing like gathering the news and then publicising it, right? And then when
we've
people
got
go
to be
the rallies,
the news people. You and me having these conversations, we are the news. Turn the television off.
You know what they sell? Tell a woman, right, and you tell the world, right? So I don't hesitate in making friends with, people with some pull, right? Because the thing is that everybody has a little bit of knowledge that they want to put into this new world order that we the people are going to create for the sovereign people.
Yeah, that's right.
You see, I spoke to, you know, Mr. Morrison's office, and I asked his secretary whether she knew the difference between wrong and right. That's how I start out.
What was her answer?
And well, she said to me, I don't think I have to answer that. I said, are you a grandmother or a mother?
What do you mean she
I
doesn't
said, do
have to
you know
answer
the
that?
difference between wrong and right? Well, this is what I'm saying to you. See, I'm a professional international salesperson, okay? I can sell to anybody, ice to Eskimos if I want to. So the first thing you have to do as a salesperson is, you know, fill a need, right? You have to ask questions to fill a need. Does this person really need my product? Well, guess what? Do you know the difference between wrong and right?
I actually sent that very same
simple
question to
question.
my federal member Karen Andrews over a year ago. She still has not replied.
See, I say that to every phone call I make. Whoever picks up the phone, to every single member, I say the same thing. And it was funny because over the last 4 or 5 weeks that I've been following you, you know, they've been stopping you talking and no noise and no sound and all this kind of stuff. So I've watched the ASIO censor you, dear, and they're very frightened of you. But what they don't know is that you've got formidable friends, okay? People that have grandchildren, people that have children, mothers, fathers. And the thing is that as mothers and fathers and daughters and sons and as cousins...
Cousins, lots of cousins, haven't we, Robin? Lots of cousins.
We have the right to tell the gossip.
That's right, family reunions,
And
that's what you do, isn't it?
Afraid of. You see, before we had telephones, Karen, our mothers were hanging the washing on the line and talking to the 4 neighbours over the back fence.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right.
They didn't have to sit down and have a cup of tea. They'd climb up on a bloody wooden box in the chook fence to grab old Mrs. Robinson on the back doorstep as she was taking her washing in. G'day, Kate, how you going? How's the kids? How's the hubby? Blah, blah, blah. And Kate would drop her washing basket, run down the back steps and up to the wood box on the back fence.
And had the conversation.
Now, what I'm telling you people, we need to start talking to our neighbours. If you see them out the front,
exactly.
If you see anybody in the street, if you happen to be getting something in the shop,
When you walk past your checkout,
the easiest way to start the conversation is with a hello and all the rest of it, and the girl says, how's your day going? Oh, look, I'm pretty upset because I rang the Parliament member and asked him, did he know the difference between right and wrong?
That's exactly right. That's exactly what you need to do.
Did you? Oh, did you? Yeah, I did. What did he say? I said, well, his secretary doesn't know the difference between wrong and right, even though she's a grandmother and a mother. But you'd think that sexual assault against 43,000 children in government institutes would be, you know, against the law, wouldn't you? Yeah.
That's right.
Well, do you know they're suppressing the names of 28 fucking government and judiciary members, and
the rest
they've
of them.
given it for 50 to 90 years,
There's a whole
right?
lot of
There's no
prominent people named in these documents.
Well, honey, let me say to you this. I promise you that when those documents come, they'll be released into your hands directly because you're the boss of that department.
Oh, I'd love to read.
You're going to be the boss of that department.
I'd love to be
There's
reading
not
that
going to be
live
another pedophile
around the world.
There's not going to be another pedophile involved in any government
ever again
that we run.
There'll be no Freemasons ever again. We need to be like Catherine the Great of Russia and run them out of fucking town.
Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell you, because I have rheumatoid arthritis, I've been smoking medicinal marijuana for the last 20 years. For the pain.
Can I just say, Robin, my battery is flashing, right? I've plugged you in. I'm plugged in now. That's why I'm standing in the kitchen, because I'm plugged in on my power board. But I'm only saying this, if it drops out, that's why, okay? But I am actually now plugged into the electricity, so we should be okay.
Yeah, as I say, my dear, I have been sitting on this planet and wondering why, how, when, why. You know, these questions have been going through my mind since I was 8 years old.
Well, now we know. Those Masonic lodges that are in every district are there for a reason, and you've got to pay attention. And you've got to have the conversations, Australia. There's nothing more powerful than
to see them all
actually having a
burned
face-to-face
down.
conversation with someone. There is absolutely nothing more powerful than that. It is the very reason they're wanting to mask you, because the Bush Telegraph is the most powerful.
I heard a darling 81-and-a-half-year-old get up and speak, right, in, now where was it, Brisbane yesterday? 81-and-a-half-year-old, she said, "You're finally awake, kids, great. Let's go from here. You know, you're finally awake." The fact is that our elders have so much to offer us.
Yeah.
And, you know, these are the people, you know, mostly, you know, from the land. The fact is that, you know, there wasn't high-rise buildings when they were kids.
No, there wasn't.
They went 2 stories.
And you know what else?
To 3.
They knew everyone around them for blocks, miles and miles. They knew everyone
They knew
around them.
every neighbour. Every neighbour.
Exactly right.
Every neighbour.
Now we're all
You
so
know,
busy out
and
working to pay for the box that we're never in it.
Well, Karen, we plan to rectify all of that, right? Because I think we've got some major things to attend to this week, and that's to rebuke everybody's mortgage. Because what you people don't know is that they've been doing things behind your back. It doesn't matter whether you were the Commonwealth, the ANZ Bank, the Westpac Bank, whether you're with Bendigo. I'm not sure about Bendigo, but the Commonwealth Bank.
I'm just going to tell you, Rob, it's flashing now. It's flashing now, which means it's going to die.
Okay.
Will you join me tomorrow?
I will, because I really need to get some word out to people that can move it along.
Yep, no worries.
And I think we need to do a to-do list up tomorrow, Karen, you and I, and get people on the same page with what we have to do in order to get things done.
No worries.
How you going? You say g'day, and she'll be right. You say g'day, and how you go? And you say g'day, 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 and she'll be right. Hi, guys. Look, you know, this is really those Facebook sinners being very, very rude. They got no manners. They got no manners, these people. So I've come over here to my backup YouTube account, and I'll just do the Bush Telegraph news here, and then I'll just share the link on my page, because you know where there's a will, there's a way. It's not manners, these people, have they? It's got no manners. Now, okay, so it tells me that there's, okay, so I'm sorry, I'm still learning all the screens that pop up. So I can tell that I've got some viewers popping in now. Just bear with me while I get a little bit familiar with it, the screen here, because it's all different. Okay, we're going to have a discussion today about strategy and the police. Now, yesterday you'll notice in the video when Constable Ross came to my door with, he came with a cadet or something that didn't want to identify himself. That young guy with the blonde hair is actually the local, the federal politician here in Northland. His name, it was his son. His name is Matt King. It's interesting how they're all connected, isn't it? How the next generation somehow ends up in some form of judiciary. It's interesting, isn't it, Australia? Now, we're going to talk about the fact that Constable Ross really didn't want to give his opinion on incest and pedophilia. That's rather alarming, isn't it, to all my Kiwi cousins, you know, to have a police officer there that had to actually think about the response, because knowing that incest and pedophilia are wrong should actually be instantaneous, abhorrent, and that should be viewed. You should be able to see that when you're asked that sort of question. It was interesting that that was lacking. Now we're going to talk about the behaviour of the police yesterday. Was just disgraceful, with the exception of Brisbane. I think Brisbane was well behaved, but the police officers in Victoria and Sydney put a fine display of showing you they do not serve you. They do not serve you. And so now we're going to talk strategy, because when the police officers aren't serving you, it's time you all decided you don't serve them either. And I'm talking in relation to people like McDonald's, for argument's sake. A lot of police officers go to McDonald's for lunch and on their breaks to get coffee and such things. McDonald's and all outlets, as a matter of fact, need to refuse service to any police officer in uniform. And I'm absolutely serious about that. If you happen to be in Woolies or Coles and you're in there, say you're doing a grocery load of trolleys and uniformed police walk in to buy a drink or something like that, you need to stand your ground and you need to say to both the checkout operator and the manager of the store, if you are going to serve uniformed police officers, I'm going to have to leave my trolley here. And you just walk out. You just walk out, because we no longer frequent any businesses that serve uniformed police officers. Now, I touched on this strategy a little bit the other day with regards to hairdressers. I was asking all hairdressers not to serve any client that was in fact a police officer. And this is in fact what the community as a whole needs to do now. We do not supply service from a lunch bar or a takeaway joint or a supermarket or a chemist shop or anything. We no longer provide any service to a uniformed police officer. What went on yesterday in Hyde Park, Homebush and in Victoria should in fact disgust every Australian. Every Australian. And that means no matter what state you are in, we the people in the community no longer provide service to uniformed police officers. It doesn't matter whether you're in Tasmania, Northern Territory, Perth, we no longer provide services to uniformed police officers. You see, Australia, when you keep the pedal to the metal, you'll find history repeats itself. So let's talk about history for a moment. The people in France have in fact kept the pedal to the metal for over 6 months now. Over 6 months. Every weekend they have turned up and every weekend they have kept the pedal to the metal. And look at what happened last weekend in France. Nearly 9 months they've been at this, and you know what happened? The French police threw down their handcuffs and stood with the people. And that is in fact the pressure the community needs to apply to our police services. And you start applying that pressure by refusing service. People like these so-called business chambers, right? If they know incest and pedophilia are wrong, then they need to send a memo out to everyone and say, we no longer provide service to uniformed police officers. It is always the right of the establishment to refuse service. And that is, in fact, as a community, what every Australian needs to do. If you're working in a takeaway shop or, it doesn't matter, any sort of business, you must now refuse service to uniformed police officers. It's as simple as that. And it may, in fact, need to get to the point where you are actually asking people their occupation before providing service if you suspect that person is a police officer. And we are going to have to maintain the pressure. We have to be exactly like the French people. You have to maintain the pressure constantly. They don't call us diggers for nothing, do they, cousins? Don't call us diggers for nothing. And this, and also, you also have to be prepared to walk out of any shop that you see is serving a uniformed police officer. And then what you're going to do is you're going to get on their social media pages and you're going to hammer them, and you're going to say, I will no longer be shopping at blah, 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 because you served a uniformed police officer. I will not support your business any further. This is how the community comes together to force the police officers to stand down. Their life will get very difficult, Australia, won't it, if they can't buy a donut or a coffee, get a haircut, buy groceries. You see, their life will become very difficult. And further to that is that you also have to be prepared to stop using certain businesses. We are going to hold the line here, Australia. Incest and pedophilia is wrong. I'm going to bring your attention again to one particular phrase of Senator Heffernan in his speech. I have produced a set of documents under an order to produce, which includes, disturbingly, documents that name a whole lot of prominent people. There is a former Prime Minister on this list, and it's a police document. That statement alone incriminates every police service across the country. The police have demonstrated continuously to us they do not serve the people. So this is the line in the sand. We no longer serve them. We don't serve them. We don't serve their families. We do no longer supply coffees, meals, haircuts, groceries, nothing. And you need to support all of the businesses that get on board with this sort of pressure. Okay? And people like IGA, the Independent Grocers Association, quite frankly, you guys need to send out a memo to every franchisee that says we no longer serve uniformed police officers. And that needs to be placed in the windows and promoted all over your stores, because you are in fact independent grocers. I can tell you now, IGA, this is a bit of a challenge for you. If you are really independent grocers, do you know incest and pedophilia are wrong? Because if you do, you will in fact issue this to all your franchisees, that it be promoted widely through your stores that you no longer provide service to uniformed police officers. Watch what happens to your business when you stand up. And to everyone in your local communities, you also need to step up and walk away from any business that is serving uniformed police officers. This strategy will work. All you have to do is decide you know that incest and pedophilia are wrong, and until such times as this mess is cleared up, you no longer provide service to police officers. Because whilst this is going on, the entire police services are white-anting themselves. If there is anybody that is okay with the violence of the police, think that it's okay to ride into a crowd of people on horses, you can get off my page, because you are scum. There is absolutely no justification for that behaviour when pedophilia and incest is allowed to flourish inside their networks of police services across Australia. across Australia. You know, Frank Arkell, the mayor from Wollongong, he used to procure boys from the Gold Coast. As a people, as a family, as a community, and a country, you have to decide where you draw the line. I draw the line on incest and pedophilia. I know that's wrong. Therefore, I know suppression orders are wrong, and therefore I hold the line. I hold the line. Whenever you are approached by a police officer at a family reunion, you are going to hold the line. You are going to say, what about the police documents that name the former Prime Minister? What about the fact in Senator Heffernan's speech he refers to, when the New South Wales police find it necessary to put a judge under surveillance, and that surveillance is dropped because of a lack of cooperation between the New South Wales police and the AFP, we have a problem. These people are working inside a business known as the police force, and their inaction supports pedophilia and incest. If you know that's wrong, you draw the line. You draw the line and you hold the line. No matter the provocation, you hold the line. I think by now the entire world knows the mockery that is police services across Australia. And now it is absolutely essential we keep the pedal to the metal. I hope this video is distributed far and wide. I hope everybody that watches it, if you know incest and pedophilia are wrong, you no longer support any business that serves a uniformed officer. It's really that simple. Now, in France, they kept the pedal to the metal, have done so for months and months and months. And there, in that moment, last weekend, the French police threw down their handcuffs. This is a marathon, Australia, not a sprint. But together as a people, we stand and we will overcome. I'll be back with you this afternoon for the Bush Telegraph News, where we are going to be discussing politicians, prime ministers. Uncanny how so many of them have police officer fathers. It's interesting, isn't it? Scott Morrison's dad there was a police officer, John Morrison. Interesting, isn't it? Jacinda Ardern's father was a police officer. Interesting, isn't it? And of course, Frank Hewson was indeed a New Zealander. You see, Australia, those suppression orders aren't just about Australians. I'll see you all this afternoon for the afternoon Bush Telegraph, and again this evening, normal time. Please share the knowledge. We do no longer provide any service to any uniformed police officer, nor do we support any business that goes against this principle, because every Australian knows that incest and pedophilia are wrong, and from this day forward, we hold the line. Share the knowledge. Bye, folks.
Good morning, fellow Australians and listeners from around the world. On behalf of AustralianNationalReview.com, I just wanted a quick update. Yesterday, for some of you might know, I'll post and share across my different pages I spoke at the Freedom Rally in Brisbane, that's in Queensland, Australia yesterday. I don't know the exact numbers there, but the media report on it. The interesting thing is the media will generally say there's only 10% of the numbers at the protest rally than what there were, which is quite ironic, quite inverse to what they report on the coronavirus deaths and cases, where they'll inflate them by 10 times the number, which is quite interesting. You see behind me here just the city of Brisbane, stunning, beautiful city. But first of all, I just wanted to say that I want to acknowledge the Queensland police. They were respectful yesterday. They behaved how the police should behave, with courteous. They were there to do their job, not cause trouble, not be violent, not pick on people, not to be brutal. Unlike we can say about the Victorian police, their behaviour was absolutely pathetic. They acted like the Gestapo. They strategically encircled protesters. They were violent. They smashed them to the ground, even arrested very elderly ladies. Just simply not called for. They had high-powered weaponry, which Dan Andrews needs to explain. Why is the Victorian police, including regional police, being trained how to use machine guns and given machine guns? At the same time, the gun permits have been banned for months now. They were armed months ago, back in April, or actually before that, I believe. So you can't say there's not pre-planning for what's going on right now. So Dan Andrews, you're a muppet. We know that. You're not fit to be Premier of the Victoria. As I said before, clear warning, you need to leave. You should need to flee Victoria while you can. If you think you're ever going to be able to live and remain in Victoria, even after you're Premier, which your days are numbered, like you won't be Premier for that much longer, because it's only a matter of a week or two away where Victorians are going to storm your residence and drag you out, and God knows what's going to happen to you, but I don't think anyone's going to show any sympathy to you. They do the same things to you that you've done and had the police force violently do to innocent Victorians. You should leave and flee like you've had your family apparently allegedly flee to Queensland. I can say, Dan Andrews, it's not safe for you to flee anywhere in Australia. You need to go back to your masters in China and try and seek protection from the Chinese communist regime. The people you answer to, or maybe billionaire George Soros has a spare house to hide you in, because we do not like traitors or people that are treasonous to our country. And let me make it clear, you need to leave. The Victorian police, we're going to have you charged, arrested when the new global system comes into power. We're not going to tolerate your behaviour. You swear an oath to be loyal to the Australian people, and now the way you're treating them is simply not called for. Over a virus that might be real, and we know it's real, no doubt, because it's made in a lab. It has its patent number, so it's pretty easy to confirm if it's real, but clearly a pandemic that is fake. And even the media now has started to wake up that, of course, it's a falsified pandemic. We know the deaths are heavily inflated. How do we know? We don't have to go to the CDC website now to verify what we were called a conspiracy theorist for highlighting months ago. Anyone that understands third grade mathematics knows the pandemic is falsified. If you don't understand that the pandemic is falsified, go back and see if you can read past third grade mathematics. When they say 50,000 cases a day are being tested, like say in Victoria, and only 286 people, as an example, showed positive. The first question a third grader would ask, what's the margin for error on those test kits? If the margin for error is greater than the percentage of 286 or 50,000, it's simply not scientific, which it isn't. And we knew that from the beginning. The test kits are not designed to even do what they're testing for. And now we've come out, you've seen, if you haven't seen already, see AustralianNationalReview.com, we're running some articles on it today. 90% of cases in America have had proven to be fraudulent. We knew they were hyping this. Not only 90% of the cases are fraudulent, why are we measuring even cases when cases, since when you come up with a theory of measuring people not even sick? That's how this virus is not deadly enough to make enough people sick. That's why they did invent cases. So only take away all the fraudulent cases of false positives, then you get a small amount of cases, and only a very tiny percentage of those cases actually ever show any symptoms. And those symptoms tend to be, guess what? No shit, Dick Tracy, flu-like symptoms. I can't imagine why, because if you look at any medical journal, the coronavirus is listed as a common cold, common flu. I'm sure they're going to try and delete that now because we're not allowed to mention that. But then let's look at the death rate. It's only 6%. It's come out on the CDC website. It's there. Only 6% of those who died in America are listed and told who died. The 180,000, only 6% of them died of COVID. Italy had come out months ago. If you weren't aware, you should have been aware of this. You would have realized you were being lied to for so long. Only 12% of those in Italy that were told in the beginning that died of COVID, only 12%. That's since been updated. That was the National Health Institute of Italy. Another study's been done. As little as 1.2% of those listed that we were told died of COVID in Italy actually died of COVID. Now, there's some people out there go, oh, no, but it can cause other ill causes of death. Yes, true. So instead of say 6% in America, let's say 10% to be fair. The idea that it's going to cause, instead of being 6%, it's going to increase it by 16.8 times up to the 100% figure is responsible for death is simply absurd. Don't even try that. That's deceptive and misleading. You can't suggest that's the case. Yes, it may contribute to some other deaths, but why not tell people those who only died of COVID and the predominant cause of COVID? To list everyone or people that we know that had never even had COVID. To be listed as COVID, you don't even have to be tested. They can list you as COVID, clinically COVID, if you've ever had a cough, a sore throat, runny nose. They'll list you as COVID. What about, if you come into contact with someone like that, you will still be listed as COVID. So pretty much anyone can be listed as COVID. But it's a virus is real, the pandemic is false. And that's why people are angry and everyone has the reason to that. So I put up $1 million challenge for Australian politicians and media representatives to challenge me if they think we're lying, if they don't think we're true. Take up the $1 million challenge to show independent proof that COVID deaths in Australia aren't also inflated like they are in America, like they are in England, like they are in Germany, like they are in Brazil, like they clearly are in France and clearly are in every country. Pretty much only Russia didn't inflate their deaths, and this is how I also was able to figure it out. Russia's similar population to America only had 5% of the deaths that we were told in America. Why? Because it turned out only 6%, similar figure, actually really died of COVID. So just tell us the people who have died of COVID, stop inflating it. Why are you inflating it? We know, because the media is hyping, trying to sell us something. Why? Well, let's just ask George Soros, Billy Boy Gates, and these other con artists that have a political agenda. Now, the other thing fellow Victorians or Australians have to wake up to is you think Victoria is just an isolated thing. If you don't think this is a global agenda being run, pushing the fear, mongering a politicising virus, you are simply wrong. If you think this is an isolated case, technology is coming at such a rapid rate. We're going to run a video on A&R, what's happening in China right now. Think China. You go to pay for something, WeChat, you'll track where you pay it. Everywhere you walk is covered by CCTV footage. Your entire life is tracked. They already you have a social score, so they will turn you off. So if you are doing something they consider not to be appropriate or lower your social score, you go to buy a fast train ticket, sorry, decline. You go to eat at a restaurant, sorry, not allowed in. You'll go to leave your suburb, sorry, your social score's too low, you're about to leave. Actually, sorry, no, you have to, your in-house curfew. Sorry, we've switched off your bank account. No more cash, we can just switch off your bank account. If you want to live in a world where centralized one world government has total control over you, can track you any minute, can track with the vaccine chip they'll insert into you. Oh no, that's a conspiracy theory. No, it's not. It's a conspiracy, not a theory. There's people queuing up, volunteering right now to have this vaccine insert chip into them. Bill Gates, it's proven. It's proven that he's funded and created such a chip. So these are not theories. I mean, it might make us sleep better at night if we delude ourselves. Many of these things are theories, but unfortunately they're not, folks. I wish they were. I wish I was wrong. We had nothing to worry about. My fellow Australians and global citizens, you have a lot to worry about. Days are running out where they will soon have, with technology, centralized control, a small group of people such as Bill Gates, George Soros and these other con men will be able to control in partnership with the Chinese communist regime through a one world government, which we always thought was going to be United Nations, but unfortunately has turned out to be WHO, World Health Organization, which Bill Gates owns effectively, is already running the world. They already know they can supersede our sovereign laws. We see that in Australia. How come the Prime Minister can't dictate to Dan Andrews what to do? Because under Emergency Health Acts, which they'll extend indefinitely, oh no, they'll never do that, or yes, they have already, then they are able to dictate. They can walk into your house without a warrant, they can arrest you, they can take your children, as you know, you don't realise this, even in Australia, New Zealand, from school, put them in a quarantine camp, forcibly vaccinate them and not inform the parents where your child even is. They can actually come in your house, forcibly vaccinate you. But this is a totalitarian future, and we've seen the way Victorian police behave, closet communist fascists, We never thought that would happen. I mean, Dan Andrews is disgraced, but so is the Victorian Police Commissioner, and those Victorian police that do not obey and support Australian people. Your days are coming. There is a new world order coming. I can assure you there is an army, a force for good around this world that are working to ensure that new world order is not a communist socialist regime order that they want. It's going to be a new world order where these traitors are globally, these criminals are going to jail. Talk to you soon.
If you haven't seen this, you need to see this. I posted this on my profile. It'll be the post before this one. I'll show it again later for people. Bang, bang, bang. If you don't know what I'm doing, you need to go onto my page, because it probably looks hilarious and stupid. Just making some noise. Just making some noise. Right, what am I doing? What the hell am I doing? Whacking a bloody frying pan with a hammer. So if you haven't seen this post below this one, right? That's what it's about. That's what this is about right now. Yeah? Okay? That's what's going on. I feel a little bit crazy doing this. Whatever. Boom, boom, boom. Is anyone joining me? I wonder if anyone's joining me doing this. Who else is banging around? Is there anyone in the neighborhood doing this? Why? Why? Again, for newcomers that have just jumped on, if you haven't seen this post, right, which is underneath the current video I'm doing, after it's finished you'll see it's the one underneath this. It is to do with this. That is what I'm doing right now. That is what I'm doing, yeah? I'm just making some noise. Just making some noise, making some noise. And I was never good at drums or anything like that, or playing musical instruments, but wonder when someone's gonna yell out the window, shut the fuck up. We'll see. I saw in China people are screaming from their balconies. Yeah, nice. Unless you live next door to Daniel Andrews, this protest makes no sense. Imagine if you were walking down the street, right, and there's just, you know, tonight there's me doing this. Yeah, it's just me. Bang, bang, bang. And then the next night you're walking down the street and then you're like, hold on, there's two people doing that at 8 PM. What the hell's going on? You'd be like, what the fuck? And then, you know, the next night there's a couple more, then the next is a couple more, then like within 2 weeks, it's like you're walking down the street and everyone's standing on the balcony doing that. You're like, whoa, something is going on. Something is going on. Very interesting. Bang, bang, bang. While I'm here, you know, ask any questions, I'll answer any questions, you know, about what's happened recently. Poor neighbours, I let them know, they probably don't care. You know. If anyone's got any questions, fire away. Hello from outback Queensland. Oh, that's where we all want to be. I mean, it was nice today, nice weather, but I mean, we've got all these chemtrails over. I don't know if people were seeing that video was going around. An American dude made a video looking at Victoria from satellite images, and there's fucking chemtrails everywhere. It looks insane. Louder for you, Boris. There you go, Boris. That was for you. Hope I don't break my frying pan. Just like in Italy. Were they doing this in Italy? Cool. Yeah. Music probably would be pretty good, but I've got some kind of loudspeakers, but I don't have the laptop that plugs into those speakers anymore because it got stolen. So that's a little bit annoying. Bang, bang. Again, for people we've got a lot more people that have just jumped on. The reason I'm doing that, yeah, if you haven't seen this post I've got, which is underneath this video after it's done, you'll find it on my profile. That explains why I'm banging a frying pan on my balcony at 8 PM at night. That's what's going on. my kids go to bed at 7:30, this would piss me off. Sorry, not being negative. Okay, I kind of do get that point of view. Maybe you could do it earlier. Do it like 6:30 or something. Hold me now to this hour goes round. Okay, that's weird. Yeah, if you've got kids that go to bed early, maybe we should all do it a little bit early, like 6 p.m. or something. That could be a good idea. Thanks, Justin. Cheers. Yeah, I'm fine, Massimo. Cool name, by the way. Yep. Gotta have a sense of humour. I am on good terms. I've got really cool neighbours. Yeah. I'm very lucky with that. They were singing, oh, you don't want me singing. I think the whole neighbourhood would prefer me knocking on a fry pan for about 2 hours and singing for 10 minutes. From Lower Hutt in New Zealand. Hey, Karen. I went to Mount Hutt in New Zealand. I was snowboarding and skiing one time. I think it gets the nickname Mount Shut. But, yep. Little bit more, and then I'll be done, because I don't want to piss everyone off. I think that's enough. How is everyone else going? Looking forward to Monday, starting the week off strong. How's my spirit? Spirit is good. Thank you very much for asking, Boris. Chemtrails video. Anthony Peters has posted out there. That's probably the one I was talking about. Thanks for that, Anthony. Yep, that's crazy. The chemtrails are over Victoria. Like, you look up, and, you know, it was a blue sky today, but I mean, I'm not that old. Maybe, you know, ask someone who's 50, 60 plus, like, how did the sky used to look back then? How much bluer was it? It's just got this, like, this dull, faint, white tinge to it, just from the amount of poisons being sprayed in the air. If anyone doesn't know what chemtrails are or what the deal with that is, it goes under the guise of geoengineering. I don't know a whole lot about it, but I've only looked into a little bit. But it goes under the guise of geoengineering and ties in with climate change because, you know, climate change, global warming, the ice caps are melting, all this kind of stuff. We've got to do all this crazy shit to stop climate change, blah, blah, blah. And what they do is, because of the greenhouse gases that get stuck in the atmosphere, and then it starts, you know, they say the sun is putting heat and temperature onto the earth. There's the greenhouse gases, they get trapped in the atmosphere, and then it raises the temperature of the earth, which is then going to melt the polar caps, which is going to flood the world, right? So what they're doing with chemtrails is they call it geoengineering, and they spray all these heavy metals. I think there's aluminium, barium, strontium. There may be more. If someone else knows better than me, please correct me. And what it's meant to do is the sunlight is meant to reflect off those metals, right? So then not as much sunlight and heat gets into the atmosphere. I don't know how that's meant to work. It's ridiculous because it doesn't do that. It's just meant to poison people because all these heavy metals fall. People are breathing that shit in. You know, they're going to get sick from that. It's going onto our food that we eat. Our animals are getting it. All the grass and trees. Like, you know, obviously it doesn't kill people instantly, but it's one more thing that works into the agenda of them trying to destroy our lives. When you look at agriculture and the poisoning with herbicides and pesticides. And anyone, I dare you, if you've got like strawberries or any fruit or veggies at home, strawberries is a really good one. Wash them with apple cider vinegar before eating them. Put a strawberry in some apple cider vinegar with water, quite a bit of apple cider vinegar, and leave it for like half an hour, and watch the water just turn brown and get all the shit off it. Because they put so many chemicals and crap on it. Okay, if your likes and hearts are going off without you pressing them, does it mean your account's hacked? I don't know, Isabel? I'm not sure. No, I think sometimes if you're watching some stream, the likes and hearts just go up. Normally, we understand that there's a cold, callous and cruel oppressor of the people, one that even the fiercest of warriors grow weak at the knees when they're confronted by, I don't know what this is. They can flee where they want. Well, okay. Fluoride, yeah, you got fluoride in the water as well. That's just another one of the poisons. Get a water filter. I recently got this good water filter imported from America. ProPore, I believe it's called. It's got this awesome filter on it. It takes ages to drip through, but that's good because it's getting all that crap and poison out of the water that they put in there. if that's the case, they're technically they poison us all the time. They poison us with fluoride. Apparently, there's birth control pills in there. That's some other doctor said that, not me. I'm just repeating that. But fluoride, you know, massive leading cause of cancer. Don't get the toothpaste with fluoride in it. That's just poison. Go get some natural toothpaste that doesn't have fluoride or SLS, which is like sodium lauryl sulfate. There's a couple of other poisons and parabens, I think they call it. You don't want that. Get rid of your standard toothpaste. Get rid of your standard shampoo, conditioner. Oh yeah, I got a haircut. Get rid of your standard shampoo and conditioner. Your body washes, because they just stock it full of poisons. And I learned this ages ago when I was trying to do bodybuilding back then. It's funny, all these media articles and mainstream media channels called me a bodybuilder now. Bloody hell, I barely weigh 80 kilos soaking wet at the moment, and the gyms have been closed for how long, and I haven't been training, blah blah blah. But when I was doing that back in the day and I had my boot camp, I was doing a lot of research, and I wanted to figure out how you can increase your testosterone. And a really good book I read was teaching me that a great way to boost your testosterone is by not putting any poisons into your body which are going to raise your estrogen. And not directly your estrogen, but it's a thing called xeno or phytoestrogens. And so these chemicals that you spray on your body with deodorant or aftershave, shampoo, conditioner that gets seeping in through your scalp, body wash, they've got all these terrible poisons in there that affect your testosterone, because they're putting all these fake xenoestrogens into your bloodstream, into your body. And basically, to summarize, what they do is makes it harder to build muscle, easier to put on fat, and overall it's not good for your body. So if you can, well, not if you can, of course you can, get rid of that shit. I mean, I haven't been doing it for ages. You get standard normal toothpaste. I've got some right here. Got one here. Yep. So you might be able to see on that, it says sodium lauryl sulfate free. And it'll say fluoride free as well. You definitely want that. I've got a couple different ones. But that's good. Get the poisons out of your body. You're going to be healthier, because when it comes to being healthy, that's like, create a healthy immune system. Eat healthy foods. Like, get rid of the poisons, because why do we get sick? Why would someone get sick? And really, from what I understand from studying doctors and scientists, it comes down to three fundamental reasons. The first one is environmental toxicity. There's a shitload of toxins that are in the environment. Like I was saying, the chemtrails that they're spraying in the air, breathing that in, that's not good for you. If you're using toothpaste that's got fluoride in and SLS and these other chemical poisoning agents in you, that's going to make you sick. Or it might not make you sick entirely, but it's one more little thing that's adding up to all the other things, which is going to weaken your immune system and make you more susceptible to getting sick, because being sick is really just toxification of the body. And, well, being sick is the detoxification part of the body, trying to cleanse it. Environmental toxicity. Chemtrails, fluoride in the water, the poisons that you're putting onto your skin or in your mouth, herbicides, pesticides, artificial flavorings, colorings, all that kind of crap that they put into food, just general, high glycemic, simple carbohydrate, sugar that people eat, and say maybe pastries, donuts, chocolate bars, all that kind of shit. Everyone knows that's bad anyway. All that kind of stuff is going to make you sick. What you're injecting into your body, if you're injecting aluminium, mercury, thimerosal, formaldehyde, which is in bloody firelighters, if you're injecting that into your body in the attempt to make yourself healthier, you got to think again. You got to think again. That's not going to make you healthier. So, environmental toxins, right? Number two, can anyone take a guess what the second big factor that leads to people getting sick? Does anyone know? Oh, I've got to scroll this up. Oh, damn. Okay. Anyone know what the second factor might be? Yeah, cleansing and fasting for the win. Absolutely, Rachel. Okay. So the second one, I'm fat, Paul. Ah, that's right. You can always change that. I certainly do. And fluoride filters. Yeah, fluoride filters in the kitchen. Natural toothpaste. Yes, go you. So the second one is internal toxicity. What does that mean? Well, your thoughts. How are you thinking, right? If you were constantly afraid, angry, hateful, jealous, spiteful, guilty, ashamed, if you're in these low vibration mental states of mind, well, you think a thought and it sends these little signals all through your brain, which then tells your glands and your hormones, which are just chemical messengers that do other things in your body. It sends a message. If you're like, I'm afraid, it's going to send that signal to your adrenal glands and whatever other glands, and you're going to secrete cortisol, adrenaline, and these aren't bad hormones as such. It's just bad when it's long term, right? Here's an example. A gazelle, when it's fleeing, let's say a tiger or a lion, right? A lion is chasing a gazelle, the gazelle manages to run away. While the gazelle is just about being chased, its body goes, fuck, fear, shit, I'm about to die. Releases adrenaline and all these other hormones which go boom, 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 makes it just run faster, diverts all the blood from unnecessary organs, stops digestion, puts it all into survival. It runs away, right? The gazelle, boom, it gets away. And then once it's safe, boom, all the hormones clear out and it goes back to a state of homeostasis. But the different thing is with humans, we constantly put ourselves into a state of fear or stress or fight or flight mode because, I don't know, that's one of the specialties of being human. We can think problems into existence when there aren't any problems. Like, people are constantly afraid over so many different things when there's actually no threat to them right now. Like, overall in the grand scheme, there could be, yeah, absolutely a threat, but right now to them, there's no threat. But when they stay in that fight or flight mode, their nervous system is on overdrive, they're constantly releasing all these chemicals and hormones. It means their body can't do all the other things that it's meant to be doing, like repairing itself and releasing, there's this one, what is it, immunoglobulin A, I think, as well, because you think certain thoughts, right? Releases certain chemicals and neuropeptides, boom, glands and other organs release hormones. They send signals, well, then it transmits through the blood, right? Then you've got the cells. The cells got the cell membrane, which is the brain of the cell, not actually the nucleus, right? Dr. Bruce Lipton has really got a good book talking about that, The Biology of Belief. The cell membrane picks up that signal from the hormones and the chemicals. They go through, sends a message to the nucleus, which has got the DNA and the RNA in there, and that's responsible for printing proteins. And you'll either print the proteins you need or you won't, right? Depending on the signal you've told your body on what it should do, and that's coming from your mind. So because you'll notice, like, if you feel really happy, or a really happy person, most of the time they're going to be healthy, yeah? They're healthy people. If you get people who are super angry, depressed, hateful, afraid, a lot of the time they're sick and unwell and they're unhealthy. So that's number 2. A great person to listen to is Dr. Joe Dispenza. He's got shitloads of stuff on YouTube. He's on London Real, and Dr. Bruce Lipton. They work together, those two. Fantastic information, learning about that kind of stuff from internal toxicity and epigenetics. And then you have number 3, which is nutritional deficiency. So just not eating the right food, not giving your body the right nutrients, and building blocks to repair itself. It's like having a hurricane hitting a house. Your house being symbolic of your body, the hurricane of environmental toxicity and internal toxicity, right? You've got a hurricane, it's blowing tiles off the roof, it's blowing bricks down, all this stuff, it's breaking it, and you're not repairing it. You haven't got the tradies coming in and putting new bricks on there and fixing up the roof. So what do? Well, you need to be eating the right nutrients and putting the right food into your body to maintain it. And that's really how people get sick for 95% of the time. You know, and then there's some bacterial stuff, but look into the nature of a virus yourself if you're interested in learning about that. more in depth on that. Agnes Vonderplanets is fantastic explaining that. There's Dr. Thomas Cohen. They're my two favorites when learning about that. Dr. Thomas Cohen's ping pong ball theory is brilliant. I might even post that on my page because it makes a lot of sense and puts things into perspective about the modern day germ theory compared to Antoine Béchamp's cellular terrain theory. Look into that. Very interesting. But I just came out here to bang on my pots, started ranting about how people get sick. So, if you want to stay healthy, just look at number one, what environmental toxins you put into your body. Number two, how are you thinking, and obviously sometimes that can be hard to change, but you can, absolutely. Bartolo for governor. I don't even know if I want to be governor. And then number three, nutritional deficiency. So make sure you've got the right nutrients coming in. All right, any last questions? We got any here for me specifically? I'll stay here for another 30 seconds, then I'm going to call it a night. The house is bugged. Apparently my house isn't bugged. I asked and they said no. But apparently, yeah, you got to do a lot of paperwork to bug someone, and they've actually got to be a criminal, not someone like me. Oh, shut up, dog. You're not no soldier, dog. Let's go. Hey, okay, sure. Alright. You can supplement whatever nutrients are lacking. Well, with supplementation, you've got to make sure that the supplements you're getting are really good quality. Something that Agnes Vonderplanets was saying, that a lot of the time they put supplements and the pills and stuff through kerosene, I think it was. And I'm not going to say that's exactly right, because I may be wrong with that, but I think I recall he said that kerosene, and it's like, whoa, that's a weird thing to be doing. Who cut your hair, James? Oh, it's a secret. Good that you remind others. Yeah, responsibility for your health. Like, of course, that's what you should be doing. Take responsibility of your health. I mean, that's what, the government should be doing. Telling people if everything was about health, and it'd be like exercise, make sure you watch what you eat, and, don't smoke and drinking and all that if you want to be healthy. It's like, we have our own poisons. If you know something is poisonous, if someone chooses to smoke or to drink alcohol or to eat ice cream, everyone knows that's bad. It's when there's all these bad things and things that we don't know about, like the toothpaste or the shampoo or the conditioner or in the vaccines or whatever it may be. When you think, oh, I thought that was good for me, and you find out, oh, holy shit, that is not good for me. You got to pick your poisons. Yes, do you smoke meth? Oh, I wonder. Very intelligent. Thank you, Adam. So you didn't go to the demonstration then? Nope. If I went, I would have been arrested straight up. They would have seen me from a mile away and gone, you. Am I a lifestyle coach? No, but when I ran my boot camp, I was a personal trainer and a coach in that regards. Sharon Lee, I am okay, thank you. What were the pots about? Mash Ryan. The pots are about this, yeah? If you haven't gone onto my page or my profile, have a look and you'll see this. And I've stuck this onto my front window downstairs as well. Yeah. If you want to stay healthy, bang a pot! Yeah, bang a pot, man, you'll be super healthy. I love it, Jake. New haircut, yeah, Lisa, new haircut. I was looking like a bloody barbarian with the way it was hanging out the sides. 1901 Constitution Red Ensign. Yeah, I know the Red Ensign is meant to be the legit flag. I don't know the full backstory about that, and with the blue flag that we use now. I think the blue flag that we use now, that's obviously the wrong one. The biology of belief. Yes, EPO. Dr. Bruce Lipton. Your phone is always bugged. Yeah, that's probably true, Jace. Nice choice of topic. Janie Marshall, nice choice of topic. I would love to know more about increasing fitness since you can't talk about you know what. Yeah, absolutely. I could do that one day if people want to learn, like, you know, my method, I'd helped all the people I used to train for burning body fat and, you know, building some lean muscle mass and exercising and all that stuff. Sure, I could do that one day. Or if you got any specific questions about that, like, I'm happy to answer that stuff. Love it. Yeah, good night to you, Adam, as well, mate. Shall do. Aim train Grace. I will keep you all updated when I know more. Maney Lee, James, you need to clean up your following. Too many trolls. You get trolls. I mean, half of them are honestly just government paid trolls who are paid to do that. I take no note of them. You know, and if they're genuine sheep, you know, hopefully one day they'll come around, because that is starting to happen. People are coming around and they're waking up. Like I saw with Eve Black, someone sent her a message and was like, hey, I'm so sorry. I thought you were a crazy conspiracy theorist a few weeks ago and had a go at you. Now I've actually woken the fuck up and I'm really sorry, and I see that you are a hero, Eve. And I think that's magnificent. It's fantastic. Yep. Okay. Vitamin D. I mean, best way to get vitamin D is going out in the sun, and sun gazing as well. Obviously, don't just walk outside and just start staring into the sun right up. But what I've been doing recently is closing my eyes. So I'll have my eyes closed and I'll look at the sun, because you absorb vitamin D through your eyes primarily. Apparently, sunglasses were an invention by the cabal to stop humans from, you know, getting so much vitamin D, which leads to health. If that's entirely true, I don't know. But I heard it. I wouldn't put it past them. But wow, we're talking about juice. I don't know. A couple more questions. You sound like Pete Evans. That's not a good thing. Why is that? Why do I sound like Pete Evans? I haven't watched much of him. MLM Company. Not sure what that is. Keep away from crack, man. Yep, whoever said that, agree. How do you escape a Facebook Live from an iPad? Not sure, mate. Not sure. Yep. Christopher Hennessy, why do feet smell but noses run? I don't know. I'm not sure. Someone tell me? From Grace Bagnato. So what's the red Aussie flag about? Well, that's meant to be the legit flag for Australia, and the blue one is like the government corporation one, which has been introduced. Hey Eve, I was just talking about you before, about your message that you had, the positive one. Jane Saunders, my family thought I was nuts for going outside and banging pots. Yeah, good on ya. Oh, I'm well ahead. Lisa Nicole, Zoom meeting, that's tomorrow 7 p.m. Yes. Callum Fenty, how do I get my hair to look like a paintbrush like you? Good on you. Okay. What do I think about the roadmap? I can't comment on the roadmap, but I think everyone knows. Okay, this was fun. Keep the faith. Boom, let's finish on that. Paul Evans, that's a message to everyone watching. Keep faith. Faith is eternal. Faith in yourself. Faith that everything's going to be alright. We're going to pull through this. I just got on. Oh, Nick, you can watch the replay. Okay. I am done. Alright. Good night, everyone. Enjoy the night. Stay free. Stay safe. Speak to you all soon.
Well, there's been plenty of people waiting to see my face. I'm going to wait for a couple of people to hop on. And yeah, I'm going to express a few views. And let you guys know just what I went through, what I've been through over the last few days. And let you know just how hard it's been and how difficult it was. So, hi everybody. Hi Terry, Mia, Mark, Alicia. I'll try and say hello to as many people as possible. Richard, Theo, Ryan, Chantel. Hope everyone's having an amazing day. So I first want to start off and tell you guys what my experience was like and what I went through. Right? I would never have thought in a million years, with the path that I've walked in life, with the level of respect that I've had for authority the whole time, with the want and need to always do the right thing, I would never have thought that I would end up in cuffs and down at a station, and I would never have thought that would have been because of the fact that I was speaking up for the freedoms of the people. And you know what? I had a rude awakening. I saw just how much of a new world order we're really in. Now, look, I'm going to say this in the nicest possible way, right? I don't care what side of the fence you're on, whether you believe that, there's a pandemic or not, whether you believe what the government is doing right now in terms of dealing with the pandemic is right or not. But you have to ask yourself a question. The moment you lose the right to be able to protest, what do the people have left in terms of a voice? And this is for all the police officers watching out there, any government officials, everybody. The moment you lose the ability to protest, what do you have left when you try and send letters into the MP's offices? They don't write back. They just send you a generic response to everything. You try and go into some legal action, but you know what? 90% of the community doesn't have the money to go through illegal action. You try and sympathise and try and get people on side to see your point of view. It doesn't work. Meanwhile, your businesses are shutting down, never to open again. Meanwhile, you're trying to walk the street to have a breath of fresh air, and the moment you take your mask off, you get accosted. Now, I want to make this very clear. These are my personal opinions and beliefs, and in no way am I inciting anyone to break the law, right? Just in case anyone's listening. You have to ask yourself, well, hang on, if you're bashing indoors because people are just, organising for people to get together, yes, and I get it, right? Yes, it is seen as a breach of the Chief Health Officer's directions. But what if the virus never goes away? And this is a serious question, right? To all the people out there who are still on the fence and said, yep, what these guys are doing is completely justifiable. What if the virus never goes away? Does that mean these restrictions stay there forever? So does that mean the people will never have a voice? The people would never be able to express themselves? Does that mean the people will never be able to gather and show just how much they've had enough of what's going on? Because these are questions that need to seriously be answered. You can't just say, well, okay, the reason you can't go there is because it's a breach of the Chief Health Officer's instructions. Okay, that's fine. So how do the people have a voice? If people create pages on Facebook, it goes against community standards. So you can't do it in your home. If people go on YouTube and try and create something to try and give someone that's information off the mainstream narrative because they can see just how much bullshit's in it, it gets taken down. Right? So if you're getting censored in your home, you're getting censored on YouTube, you're getting censored everywhere you go, you can't go outside and speak, where do the people have a voice? Where do the people express their grievances? And these guys get away with too much of, you just leave an email with your MP and we'll get back to you. Leave a note with your local member and they'll get back to you. If you want people to stop walking the streets and wanting to go out there, so you have to block off everything, how about the government turn around and put some real measures in place that show that they're looking after the people's interests, like independent inquiries into everything that's been going on from the beginning with this virus. Everyone gets put under a microscope. And I mean everybody. Every single member of parliament, every member of state, every person high up in police, they all get put under the microscope. Independent inquiry, not the police looking into the police. That's like getting the mafia to look into what the mafia is doing. So I would like to say that I'm just expressing my freedom of opinion, my freedom of my view on the situation, and in no way am I making people do anything illegal. Now, I'd like to tell you something. On Tuesday, I was arrested. The police that arrested me, very, very respectful. You know, I don't have a problem with the police. I never have. Right? I was taken in. 8 o'clock in the morning, just woken up. I've never ever gone to a police station in my life, ever, right? I've never ever been cuffed in my life, and still I haven't been cuffed, right? I've never done an interview. I've never been in a police station other than the fact than to report something, right? I've been interviewed like I'm a common criminal. I'm being told I've been charged with incitement, which incitement basically means that I'm making people do something that could be seen as breaking the law. Now, that's only a technicality because of the fact of the Chief Health Officer's instructions. Because if I was doing the same thing in January, I wouldn't be charged with incitement. Because protesting wasn't illegal. But apparently now protesting is illegal. But it's not illegal. It comes under the umbrella of the Chief Health Officer's directions not to gather more than 10 people. Now, can you see how that can be a concern? So I was charged with incitement. So I need to tell you guys right now, from now on, you will not hear me talking about going to a protest or even promoting a protest. I think even to the point that I'm not even allowed to post another person's post on my page, share another person's post that has to do with protesting. Anything like that, completely off the table. All right. So I'll only express my opinion from now on. I will in no way tell anybody what any actions that they should follow. Okay, and I will stick by the conditions that have been given to me. Now, to anyone who was questioning why I wasn't there yesterday, because it was either that or be in a remand centre, awaiting my magistrate's hearing, receive further criminal charges, which would have been breach of bail, and then they could have, if the magistrate saw fit, either completely take me off social media completely, so no social media whatsoever, or remain in the remand centre until February, until my hearing. Now, I hope that I haven't breached any of my conditions on here with what I've just spoken about. I'm quite sure I haven't, because I've read this thing thoroughly. So, this is my question, right? And this is my question to everybody. If you get silenced on every single medium you can think of from expressing your point of view, right? And at the same time, if you can never go out and protest again because these Chief Health Officers' rules will remain because there will always be the threat of a virus, where will the people get together? How will the people get together? That's my question. Right? Where's the answer for it? And to the people saying that I'm a criminal, I am a man who put everyone else's interests above his own, even up until the point I made the hardest decision of my life to say I wasn't going to go that Saturday as much as every bone in my body wanted to. My lawyer told me, don't go. Everyone was telling me. And I had to choose whether I was going to go to jail and go through all that and be silenced completely, or whether I was going to stay out. So to anyone out there who says you're a sellout, whatever else, mate, I don't know about you, but you didn't have your cops knock on your door Wednesday night to make sure you were home, Friday night to make sure you were home, Saturday morning the detectives knocked on my house to make sure I was home. Right? This isn't a joke, people. We're not fucking around. We're dealing with the government. All right? So, as I said, my question is, where do you go? If you don't have a voice in your home because you're censored there, if you don't have a voice outside because you're not allowed to go outside, could it just very well be the perfect plan, where we are silenced no matter what we do, and that's part of the system. And that's where the police and the authorities and the people that are really here to serve this country need to ask, well, hang on a second, is this seriously too far now? And that question has to be answered. It's a question that begs, you need to look at that question because it's a concerning thing to ask. And to all the people that don't like me, I got one thing to say to you. You're going to have a day where your mind's going to change about what's going on, right? Unless you're absolutely, completely, absolutely just an idiot and you're so brainwashed you couldn't tell what was in front of you, even if it was 1 foot in front of you, you're going to have the day where the tide will turn and you're going to see, well, hang on, this is a bit too far. And then you're going to be the one who's going to want to get out there and have a voice. You're going to be the one who's going to want to get out there and speak. And all of these conditions in place aren't going to allow you to do that. And all of these laws, the way they're written, if you even think about creating a movement, you'll be treated like a common criminal. So, people want to know what I sacrificed to get this far? This is it. I never thought that me, with the way I've conducted myself in life, with my level of respect for authority and people, and the fact that I wouldn't hurt a fly unless it was in self-defense, and the fact I've devoted my whole life just to help people and create happiness and bring positivity out of people, I would have never thought in a million years this would have happened to me. But it did. So I'm just going to make it clear. You will not hear me speak of protesting, attending. You will not hear me of promoting those events. Now, I may say, yeah, it is my personal belief that everyone should have the right to protest, no matter what's going on. That is my personal belief. Otherwise, you will not hear me breathe a word of it, and you will not hear me post anything on social media with respect to anyone's events when it comes to protest. Okay. So that was the ordeal I've gone through. Probably didn't sleep for 3 nights leading up to the event. You can't hear me? Can people hear me? Guys, can people hear me? The mic is muffled. Is that better? Can people hear me now? So, that was my ordeal. That's what I went through. It's a criminal act now, guys, to try and get people together and to have a voice and to give the people a voice now is a criminal act. Right? So this is my message out there to a lot of people that are on the fence or haven't come over to the other side yet. You look at these rules like they're a good thing because they're to stop the virus. But there's going to come a day when you're going to really have a self-realization that, hang on, how long is this virus going to be around for? And then you're going to decide to speak up. And you know what? You're going to end up with charges like this if you try and do anything. So I decided to do something. I said, okay, we need to find a way of doing this without, well, the only way I can move forward, now everyone else out there, you're free to do what you like, but understand your actions will have consequences, and they are dire consequences. I would like to get in touch with people who would know how I could create a trust that could be owned by the public. I would like to know how I could get in touch with people who could show me how to raise a shit ton of money so we can get an army of solicitors and go after each and every single one of these people in their game. Every single one of them. And demand independent inquiries into everything. Not done by the government. Independent inquiries into everything. The way the nursing homes have been working. What the police have been doing. What laws the governments have been passing. Everything. Every decision that's been made. Everything. It's time for the microscope to be on the other side. Because understand that this is my belief. I believe that people should always have the right to protest. That's my belief. I'm not inciting anyone to do anything. I believe no matter what the circumstances of a law is, okay, people should have the right to freedom of speech and freedom of expression. Because if they didn't, the tyrants would just run the world, and you wouldn't be able to get it. You wouldn't be able to make any difference. But we live in a world where that's gone because of a virus, with a 99% recovery rate, with a 0.4% positivity rate, but that was said to have a 4% death rate when it first came out. We live with a virus where the World Health Organization has had funding taken away from one of its biggest sponsors, the United States, because they lost faith in it. Where has there been an independent inquiry into this virus solely done by people in Australia? Why are we still working off directions from the World Health Organization? We are an independent country. Why are we working off the directions of the World Health Organization? Where is the independent inquiry into the actions of everything that's been done with this virus? Because I got news for all the people that made all these decisions, that decided to make do not resuscitate in nursing homes and all this other stuff, mate. I got news for those people that decided that, you know, allowing palliative care numbers to be part of the numbers for COVID was acceptable. Each and every single one of you people, I'm going to make it my life's mission to put each and every single one of you people behind bars. Now by doing that, I'll be following every single direction on my bail. And just so you can know one other thing about my bail, I spoke to my lawyer and he said he couldn't believe the level of things that they put on for me to adhere to, considering that I've never, ever, ever been incarcerated or had an interaction with my police where I've been taken down to the station in my life. He said, I can't believe the level of conditions they put on your bail. He goes, usually for someone like you, who's never committed anything before, they would just say, and I quote, this is what he said, you return to court for you make sure you appear in court and they are your bail conditions. And that was it. That's what he said you'd usually get. They filled the box. Righto, guys. Look, I just want to say out there, you know, it's not easy doing what everyone's doing. I just need you to know that, you know, I'm not speaking about this stuff anymore. I'll be using my social media for spreading the truth, getting people to speak who I can see, people that are, you know, for the good of the people. I'm going to use my time and my energy, my social media, following now to build the resources I need to go after these guys where the law can't say that I'm breaking any rules. And understand, and I'm going to make a promise to each and every single one of those people out there, mate, who believe they're above the law. Don't think just because you write the law, you're above the law, because the very laws you've written are the very laws that are going to have you incarcerated. And just one last thing. Freedom Day across Australia. Wow. It was amazing, you know, to see Perth. Everyone just, wow, what a turnout. Well, you know, so many people. Okay, so thank you so much, guys, for listening. You know, it's been the hardest week of my life, to be honest. And, you know, I'm being careful of every single word I say online. because I realise where the true power lies is being able to at least get out through to people, you know. And I think the best thing to do is, instead of arguing why we can't protest, there should be an independent inquiry from a legal perspective as to fight the reason why they believe that one rule supersedes a national treaty or an international law. And let's get that abolished. Let's create a precedent where the very fact that they're trying to stop people from doing that is illegal. Because we know it is. And we just need to find our way through the red tape. So thank you so much. And I'm just going to reiterate one more time to all of the authorities listening. In no way am I inciting anyone to do anything that could be seen as breaking the laws of this country, Commonwealth law or state law. Okay? So as I said, you will not see me speaking of protesting anymore. Not because I don't want to, because it is part of my conditions. Okay? You will not see me posting anything to do with, any events in this country in terms of people that are getting out to march. Not because I want to, because I have to. And if I can't even get online and say that without getting cuffs on me, what sort of country am I living in at the moment? All right, because I believe I'm well within my right to express what I just said, as I'm not inciting anyone. Now, I would like to read this before I go. This was my strict conditions, just so people can see just how hard it was for me over these last days. Okay, not to use any social media platform in any capacity prior to the 6th of September. That's why you didn't see me online before then. Not to post on social media, websites, or any other public forum, including YouTube, with respect to inciting persons to breach the Chief Health Officer's directions or any state or Commonwealth law. So anything to do with anything that could be seen as breaking the law would be a breach of my bail if I told people they should go ahead and do that. And notify informant of any change of address within 24 hours. Now I've got one word to say to the media. If the media thinks of making any headline that tries to show any type of, that tries to influence any type of people at all, that I've incited people to do anything because you want a headline, I will come after you with every lawyer in the country and I will destroy you. Do you understand? So don't even think about writing something that could be seen as a headline for you to be able to make money that could see me be seen as breaching my bail conditions, and I would need to explain myself. I will come after you like you will not believe, and I will make sure that I sue each and every single one of you, so the point that you won't even have shoes to wear. I'm telling you right now, don't test me. Thank you so much, guys. Peace, love. Don't give up. Move forward. And, if what we're doing is right, the truth will come out and the truth will always be revealed. Thank you so much for listening. I want to say thanks to the guys from Victoria Police who did come and handle me. They were extremely respectful. And, they didn't treat me like I was a criminal. And for that, I say thank you. Okay? But, bail conditions are bail conditions, guys, and I have to adhere to them. All right? God bless everyone. Goodbye. Outstanding.
Hey people, so quick rundown from today. So a little bit about what happened, what we can learn from it, and where we're going to move from here, I guess. Went well. First of all, actually, I want to say thanks to everybody that came up and said hello, and the multiple people who drove up from 3 or 4 hours south and said that they watched the video and last night's video I did, and that was what brought them up. And I really I really want to say thanks for people that came up and introduced themselves and said hi. That's very much appreciate that. The first call that I have to make is that for those that got arrested, I got 4 of you that I know of. I need the rest of you. I think from reports there were 7, but I'm not actually 100% sure. I'm still trying to chase that up. So I've got 4 of you already. I need everybody who was arrested. Zev and I are gonna, those fines you were gonna give, you're never gonna pay, put it that way. So, but we need to get you guys together by Monday so that by Tuesday we can get that sorted out and on the way. That's first and foremost. So if you're one of those people that got arrested today or you know them, we've got, won't name him, Z-Man, L-Man, M-Man, H-Love, and I'm not sure who else. I know there were a couple of others. Just get to me or Zev. Don't get me on Facebook. It never works. It's shit. Facebook is the worst. Get me at globalbiodynamics@gmail.com or get Zev. Or get in touch with somebody who'll get in touch with me or Zev. A couple of quick things on that. I need to talk about getting arrested and how we went today and all that kind of thing. So Byron went really quite well. We had a decent turnout. I heard there were going to be thousands coming. Some of us estimated 300. Someone else estimated 1,000, 1,500. I guess I don't know by looking at a crowd how big a crowd is. And I should know because I used to do crowd control. Anyway, it was a good turnout. And for the most part, people conducted themselves well. But we need to have an honest discussion about what we took home from today and what we might want to consider for what we're doing in the future. Because this was not the last. This was the first of many times that we'll stand up. So, first of all, what went well was that people showed up and people were happy to be there. Great start. What I'm not a huge fan of is and everyone can do what they want. I'm not saying I know what everybody should do, but I'm telling you from a psychological point of view and from a strategic point of view, because I've done the line of work that those police and all that in. I've been in that line of work, so I know what their strategy is, and it doesn't help when we go clanging things together, making a lot of noise. I know it revs people up and people feel better about being there. They get excited, but it's not what actually affects change. You just think about it, and this is just, let's take an honest look at what happened today. I think we did a great thing because the best part was that people saw how many of us came. Now that has a ripple effect. That shows the people that go, hey, next time that's on, I'm coming. Because I saw enough people there that I feel inspired and I feel safe to be around, and I'm going to go next time. So that, we should all be very, very appreciative for everybody coming together and feel proud of what we did today. But the question is, after we did our talks and we played our drums and things like that, what happened from that? What changes were made? Did the police lay down? Does the government change its legislation? Like, what really happens? So the honest answer is it doesn't actually change anything, okay? But it does inspire other people and it can create a ripple effect. So we want to be very, we want to be proud of that, but we have to be honest about what the real overall effect was. So next time we do it, and we will do it again, we need more numbers. Now, I'm going to talk about strategy. Something that some people don't understand is strategy, and that's not a put down, it's just that we each have our strengths. So when we start doing these things more regularly, we need to have a strategy group that strategizes the actual playing out of things from all angles. And I'll get into the arrests, but they had their strategy. We knew what we were going to do, but kind of at the same time, not really. What happens if this goes down? What happens if that goes down? What happens here, there, and everywhere? We didn't have that kind of strategy. And of course, we didn't have enough time to put that together. So this isn't, I'm only bringing this up because it's like today was a good learning experience to say, okay, so next time with more lead time so that we can make that happen, we need to strategize. So what happens is I got called a gutless coward by a lady walking past when I was at the original place. Then as people started to move, because I was doing photography, I got round to the front. I got right up to the front of the street so that I could take a good photograph of people coming towards it. Now the strategy is I get a great photograph doing that. Then as people come past, I'm in the crowd, and then I'm in the march as well. And then I actually end up being the last speaker, which is probably the you're highly likely to get arrested being a last speaker. But a lady decided it was her place to say that I was a gutless coward for strategizing. And nothing against her, I didn't need to speak to her there because I was busy, but people just don't understand strategy. When you're not a strategist, you can't see the moves ahead that somebody else might be thinking. To the same point, when people they react, they're too reactive, they're too emotional, and they don't, when police are around, and so they don't allow a good strategy to play out. Now, here's what happens when you get arrested, and what happened today was they picked on one lady, and she's a beautiful woman. I heard she was singing beautiful music in the cell, and actually the police were going, oh, is that the lady who's got that beautiful voice? What happens when you get arrested, people, is it's not something to fear. There are videos that from today at Byron, and I'm sure from Sydney as well, Nate just sent me something, where there's several police with people on the ground. It doesn't have to go to that point. If I said this last night when I did the video, you don't have to resist being arrested. It's not a big deal. You literally, I know this is, I won't laugh about it because I know it's scary for some people, but this is what happens, okay? This is what you don't understand about these processes. What they're doing is false, but who cares? It's like, you have to play the game. Some people don't want to play the game. I'm as much of an, rebellious. I was not liked by teachers, my parents. I'm not one of those people that but sometimes you got to play the game. It's like, if you have an opponent, and you want to choke your opponent unconscious, you first have to get in the ring. You have to bow to the judges. You have to do this. You have to do that. You have to go through and play the game so you can get to your opponent and then choke them out. You can't just, if you just start rebelling against stuff, you don't get close to them. So there's a strategy that has to be played out. So when you get arrested, and I've been arrested, it's like the times I've been arrested, I've almost taken a nap. It's no big deal. You get escorted. If you resist, you'll get wrist locked. You'll get put on the ground. You'll get cuffed. There's no way. I've said to some people before, I said, okay, is this where we're going? They said, yeah. I say, great. Do you want to cuff me, or are you okay with me walking with you? They said, well, you can walk with us. I said, great. Didn't even get cuffed. Not today. I've been arrested a couple of times in my life. And that's it. You go with them. You be polite. You be courteous. They're doing the wrong thing, but that's okay. It's not your job to make them feel bad about it. They have their own karma coming, and the law is on your side when you are not belligerent. So what happened was this lovely lady got arrested. A couple of guys who I know pretty well took it upon themselves to get in front of the police. Now that's not a good move, because all that was going to happen, they're going to take her, they're not going to harm her. They're going to take her to the cop shop, which is 200 meters away. They're going to process her, and an hour to 3 hours max later, she's going to be back with everybody else, processed, done. She might be given a fine. That's not something you have to pay. So people make too much of a big deal and get too emotional and reactive about something that does not need to be reacted like that to, and does not need an emotional response. Now, for people that aren't trained in this kind of thing, and people who aren't don't have that tactician mindset, you kind of, I understand you don't see it that way. You get rolled up. That's an injustice. Somebody's been taken away. Somebody's got to do something about it. And that's the mindset that creates disorder and chaos. That's the mindset that incites people being thrown on the ground and violence to take place, when all that's happening is they just want to hand out their quota. Now, they had a quota today, and we know that because A, we know that going in. B, a few of us overheard them saying we need this many more arrests. We need 2 more cars down there. We need this. Call a few people more up from Ballina. It's a strategy on their part. And when we go in as amateurs, you can only expect an amateur result. Okay? And that's not a put down on anybody. Everybody that turned up did a great job, first of all, for turning up. And for the most part, we did it really well. But these 2 guys, for example, got in the way. Now they're getting wrist locked. They got 5 guys on them each. Now, I was right up there with them. I was right in with the cops there, and I was just, especially with Z-Man, I was just calming him down. Now, I didn't get pushed around. One guy shoved me, but he stopped. And then 2 cops were there saying thanks, because I was just calming him down. As soon as he calmed down, he was in a lot of pain. If you've never been wrist locked, it's pretty uncomfortable. Now, he was in a lot of pain. He was agitated. I just calmed him down. I said, look, just calm down, mate. Just calm down, calm down. And as soon as he started calming down, they let go of that wrist lock. Well, they loosened the wrist lock. And then he was calmer. He wasn't in pain anymore. It's just, people get so reactive. Now, we all have different personality types. If you've never been in a combat environment, you might not, and we're just not all designed for that. But some of us can be in that environment and think very calmly and very clearly. And sometimes you need to let people who have that role do that. And one of the strategies I think we need is that we need to establish roles when we do these things, because some of us are much better suited to those environments, to the point where when you have a calm mind in that situation, you know there's no need to react. Then you got people yelling at you, stop it, you got to do something. It's like, guys, this isn't something to do something about. You don't understand what's happening. It's very innocuous. There's nothing. You think it's bad and injustice, but it's not really. It's just a process. It's a charade. Like, a lot of these people recently that have been fined, all these COVID fines that have been handed out, what's happened is because a lot of them have been contested, there's a lot that are backlogged so far that they're never even going through. So it's, and I met one of the guys and I introduced myself and I said, hey, were you one of the guys that got arrested? He said, yes. I said, show me what you got given. It has a payment slip on it. That is an incompleted check. You can discharge the liability for that debt. You can turn that into a financial instrument very easily. It's called acceptance for value. Solutions Empowerment and Know Your Rights Group can teach you how to do an acceptance for value process. They've literally given you your own ticket to pay it. But what we're going to do with the people in Byron is, as a collective, we're going to help you guys conditionally accept the fine you've been given with a fee schedule and a notice of liability and acceptance as well. So it's basically gonna essentially the point is you're not going to pay those fines. Okay, so all that happened is that they got to do their charade of, we arrested this many people and we put on a show in front of you guys and made you guys, made us look like tough guys and all that sort of stuff. And that's all they wanted to do. When you understand that, mentality, you don't need to fear it. You go, okay, well, this is playing out. This is definitely going to happen. These guys over here, you can see what they're going to do. They're going to go for this guy. If you just go with it, nothing's going to happen. It's a shit show. They go to here, they go to there, then they go to there, then they come back with a little ticket on them, which they don't have to pay. It's not a big deal, everybody. So it's just super important to start to understand this. And for future events, it is very important that we have tactics. Okay, that they have tactics, we need tactics too. They're actually not that they're not that sophisticated either. That what they're doing, they're not sophisticated. So a little bit of tactic goes a long way. Yeah. So anyway, so the point is that things played out exactly how I thought they would play out. Again, I'm very happy that everybody showed up. And again, once again, I'd like to say thank you very much to everybody that did come and say hello and introduce themselves, and everybody that, kind of had a good time, and it was really good. The overall effect from today was very positive. If anyone wonders why I didn't speak for very long, it's because right before I spoke and I was the last speaker, the Indigenous were there and they basically said it's time to wrap up. And I'm not going to go up after the Indigenous say we're wrapping up. I'm not going to go, yeah, you guys just hold it and let me get up and do a 5-minute talk. I'm not going to do that. So anyway, point being, I think everything went well. Now, strategy, I just want to mention going now into the future. It's like anything. When you get untrained people in an environment, things have the potential to go bad. There wasn't as much of a need for as many arrests today. They needed to make a show. So training just means things like understanding strategy, understanding combative environments, and this is what I want to encourage people to do. Go out and take up a martial art. Take up Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, I think, is the best martial art you can take up. If you're not already trained in martial arts, take up Muay Thai, something like that. Now, this isn't so that you can become a fighter. This isn't so that you can give a cop a Kimura and then give him a rear naked choke and choke him out, or head kick him and knock him out. It's got nothing to do with that. What it does is when you train in that, you become very calm in an environment where there's combat. And you can consider an arrest a form of combat. That way people aren't arcing up so quickly. And I had to calm a lot of people down today who were going to get themselves arrested or make worse a situation that was not actually bad in the first place. So yeah, anyway, I just recommend taking up a martial art, if only for that, for you to get comfortable in an environment like that, where you can just be cool as a cucumber because you know nothing bad's going down. Those of us that are trained in this, if something really heavy went down, that's when we come into action. It's not, people like that don't get involved when there's a pissy little arrest going on that is no big deal, because we know it's no big deal. So when people are sitting there going, you guys no one was saying that to specific people, but do something. There's people kind of getting too much like that. And people were trying to calm them down. The Indigenous lady, I forget her name, it's really bad of me, one of the aunties, she was saying, no, that's what they want. And a couple of them just wouldn't let it go. No, dude, they're getting arrested. It's like, yeah, but that's their show. Even the Indigenous lady was telling them that, and they're still, you know, and again, I'm not pointing fingers. It's like, it's fine. Everything still went well. I'm just pointing out what went down so we can learn from that, so that next time, and there will be a next time, there'll be many more times, that we don't play into their strategy. That was their strategy, and we played into it to a degree. For the most part, we were good. Now, as a suggestion, I suggest that for the people that are there, do the people, and this is a question to everybody as much as anything else, do you think you need to hear the same speeches over and over? I don't want to get up and give talks, but when people ask me, of course I will. But did you learn anything from the talks? Did it make you feel any better or more secure about what you already know? Or could it have been a little more powerful if we had have actually just been silent? Raising too much of this gets the cops like this as well. Could it have been, this is a question, I'm not trying to say what's right and wrong, I'm just asking, could it have been more powerful had we actually just all silently walked to a location, no drums, no chanting, no singing, and all just sat, right? I don't know, because we didn't do that. You can't, you know, hindsight's 20/20, as they say, but the question is, could that have been more powerful? So we need to strategize where we go from here. What did we learn from today? Did we move forward? Did we go nowhere? Did we take a step back? Okay, those are questions we need to ask ourselves. So anyway, I'm going to go inside because it's mosquito time. It's getting dark. So I've got to eat. I haven't eaten all day. I just got home. So to recap, those people that got arrested, I need to know who you are. Get in contact with me by globalbiodynamics@gmail.com. Or if you already know somebody that knows me or Zev, get in contact with them and they'll get in contact with us. We need to meet with you all as a group by Monday so that by Tuesday we can get you guys getting out of your offers. They're not fines that you have to pay, they are offers, and there are several ways to not pay those. So we're going to get you guys off those. I actually can't believe no one got a notice to appear in court. Actually cannot believe that. It just goes to show how much of a shit show that was. A standard arrest like that, notice to appear. If you've done something wrong, it's a notice to appear, not a fine. And they all got the same fine. Failing to adhere to the directives of the health minister of COVID-19, blah, blah, blah. None of those are real in the first place. The whole thing's bullshit. And they're basically saying, because some people don't know this, but with what they gave, they are telling you it's bullshit. Now, one more thing before I go is that I had interactions with a couple of the cops who thanked me. You could tell they were kind of calm guys. There was definitely 3 assholes there, and they were from out of town. Real aggressive guys, real like this kind of thing, pushing people around on purpose. You know, you got to not worry about that. They didn't. Even if somebody shoves me, I really don't care. It's like there's something in there that you got to understand that. Punishments are dealt out not necessarily the way, you don't have to punch them in the face, right? Punishments are dealt out in different ways. It's coming back to them one way or another. You don't have to do it. It's not your job to do. Let me just say though, with the amount of police that were there, if we had 2 or 3 times the numbers, there would have been no arrests. If we have a trained crowd, if we have people who train for these things and we go through tactics, we can handle the police no problem. Even if they get violent, we will take all of them down. I'm not trying to incite anything. I'm just telling you that it's very easy to do if we have a trained crowd, not an untrained crowd, okay? So anyway, yeah, I got good response, feedback from, and I know 2 girls who I won't name, 2 beautiful women, took the time to actually go and speak to some of the police and got they said, you know, the police knew, they said they didn't want to be there, some of them. And I know at least 3 of them did want to be there. They got off on that sort of stuff. They love being aggressive. Some of them do. That's their job. They hire people who are like some of the empathic ones and some of the, enforcers. And that's their job. So anyway, bridging a little bit of a gap between us and police, not inciting them, that goes a long way. It goes a really long way. They weren't our enemy today. They're not our enemy. The enemy are the ones pulling their strings, okay? We don't need to get offside with police. But there are ways to deal with them. And like I said, I'm surprised I didn't get arrested actually, but if I had, I would have given it in my hands. I just said, look, under duress and threats of menace, you guys have guns, I'm coming with you. Let's go. Make sure you get me a drink of water while we're there. I'd give him my hands. Let's go, hey, yeah, no worries. Under duress and threats of menace. When I got there, I'd sign under duress and threats of menace. I might give him my real name, I might not. I'll sign all rights reserved. I'll take their ticket. Thanks very much, guys. See you later. Might catch you again. then immediately I'll do it my own way. Within 72 hours, I'll discharge that. And that's all it is. And within an hour, I would have been back with my friends. You know, that's all it is. So we need to just get some perspective, learn how to strategize a little. Once again, thanks for everybody for coming out and showing up, and be proud of yourself. You know, when you show up for yourself, that's the big thing, right? It's not just for everybody else. It's not just for those in Melbourne. It's for yourself. So well done on that. All right, I'm going to go. It's nearly dark. Can't even see myself. Thanks, guys. Catch you guys next time.
Good afternoon, Colin Brooks office. Lorraine speaking.
Yes, hi Lorraine. My name's Steve. How are you going this morning?
Yeah, not bad. Thanks. How can I help you?
I'm actually ringing every member of the Victorian Parliament. I'm going through your members search, list all members, and ringing every single name one by one.
Okay.
So don't seem like I'm coming here for an attack directly on your office, but I want to ask the same question of every single one of you to see these responses that I get back.
Okay.
Your Parliament is currently committing human rights abuses, and they're very well documented laws that can back up what I'm saying. And I'm just wondering why none of you are actually standing up for Victorians. You are committing human rights abuses by allowing Victorian police to enter homes for pre-crime, crimes that haven't been committed yet. Okay? Your powers have come from a dictator, Dan, who has given himself these powers at a time where Parliament wasn't even open. Okay? No one has questioned his actions of getting these powers for himself that he continually wants to increase.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Are you okay with your Victorian police arresting a pregnant woman over a Facebook post? Are you okay with your Victorian police this morning bashing down the door of another man, dragging him away for a Facebook post?
Yeah, well, she was protesting, telling people that this whole coronavirus is a hoax.
Okay, so what if she's right? And what if you are dictators that have taken power outside of your nominated control? What if the people have every right to question that in itself? And you're denying them questioning this. You're acting like dictators in a parliament, telling them they've got no choice, when you're their public servants and you're supposed to serve them, but you treat them like slaves and prisoners in their own land.
No, people are breaching the law. They're abusing, they're breaching what's been enforced. So when it's a breach
what gives you the lawful right to enforce this stuff?
It has been.
Why can't we challenge that? Why can't we challenge that?
You can't challenge it because it's been put in their place to, save people's life and keep people safe.
So you tell me how many people have died from this coronavirus this year?
I don't know by the top of my head by
Correct,
now what's
because it's nowhere near as bad as it was last year when it wasn't even listed as a pandemic. So you're proven liars. You are literally proven liars, and anyone that lies once is considered to be untrustworthy at law. You go and look up the definition of the word trustworthy. Now, if you're considered to be lying once, you are considered to be untrustworthy. Now, if it's proven that you've lied at least once, which we can prove quite easily, right? You've done it more than once.
Where is it once?
So why can't the people challenge you creating this while Parliament wasn't even open? Okay? So you had no sitting to make this happen. You just decided this would be the way it is. And you have yet to prove that there is any pandemic. Okay? There is no proof. No one under 50 has died.
How can you say no proof? Go to the hospital. We'll
Oh,
see all this.
we have, right? And we've seen empty hospitals. So you're lying there again. And 30 doctors stood up to Daniel Andrews yesterday. 30 doctors. So you're lying there again. So you're now proven to be untrustworthy. You yourself just lied to me. You're now proven to be untrustworthy. So why wouldn't the people step up and challenge you? Why aren't they allowed to step up and challenge you now? You're a proven liar. You just lied to my face. Or lied through the phone to me. You just directly lied to me. So you're untrustworthy. So you're a proven liar. And that makes us think, why should we listen to you? You're a liar.
I'm sorry, we're not telling you what's a lie and what's...
You just lied to me. You just lied to me.
Where have I lied, sorry, sir? Where have I lied?
I told you. 30 doctors stood up to Daniel Dan and told him that this wasn't a pandemic. And you're upholding the government line because you work for the government. So what's your agenda? Do you want Victorians in jail?
It's not. No, it's.
So why are you using the police to smash the
So you think what's happening worldwide is just a hoax? Is that what you're saying?
No, I see a lot more than that. I see your Victorian government bankrupt and insolvent. I see administration under the rules of usufruct. I see a merger taking place under those rules of usufruct. I see your administration coming to an end, and you probably have a foreign power dictating to Dictator Dan what he is to do or not do, because you failed your own finances in Victoria, you bankrupted the people, you ran them out of all the money they've got, you sold all their assets, you leased their ports out, you gave all their farms away, you gave their water away, and now they've got nothing left. So now they have no surety to borrow from the IMF, and the IMF is now walking its way in the door under a merger, which is part of that usufruct agreement, because Victoria failed to pay its finances off to the IMF. The IMF is now walking into Victoria, pushing you all out of the way and saying they're taking control. And while they take control, they're using the police against Victorians, aren't they?
Yeah.
So I'm right. So I'm correct that a merger is taking place.
No, there's no merger taking place.
I have a comment from a United Nations lawyer saying that a merger is taking place.
No, sorry.
So you're not bankrupt. So you have actually got fluid gold and silver in your treasury, do you?
No, that's not true. But
so you don't have any gold and silver in your Victorian treasury?
We're not talking about that. We're just...
this is directly relevant to an administration under the rules of usufruct, where you've just allowed the United Nations to come in and merger that usufruct.
No, that's not true.
Do you know what a usufruct agreement is?
No, but hence what you're saying is not true.
How do you know it's not true if you don't know what a usufruct agreement is?
Usufruct. What's a usufruct agreement?
USUFRUCT. Usufruct. And what it means is use of the fruits. So basically you leasing the port of Melbourne out to China for 99 years is giving China use of Victorian fruits. You've given the people's fruits to the Chinese. Now, how many farms have you done that to? What about water rights? What about the electricity grid? What about railways? What about agriculture, fisheries? What about mining? Do you see what I'm getting at now? Is this the reason why you're using the police against the people? Because you're about to go and take everything else that they own in front of them and turn them into the poor? So are your civilians in Victoria going to go hungry before Christmas? Is that why you're locking them in?
Oh, so you think
So you're guaranteeing to me that these people will have supermarkets to shop in all the way through till Christmas? Is that a guarantee from you that these people will have full supermarkets to shop in at Christmas time?
Yes, you'll have a supermarket to shop in Christmas time.
Right. Will they be able to afford to shop there?
Well, we hope people will be.
You
Otherwise,
stole all their jobs. You pushed them out of work. You put 100% of Victoria on Centrelink. Centrelink's not going to last. We've already got Centrelink cutting $300 off JobKeeper, and we already know that the $550 extra ends in September. So you're going to make these people poor, aren't you? And then they can't afford to shop in the supermarkets. And second to that, 3 of the Woolworths supermarkets in the CBD have closed their doors to be delivery only. Is this a rations route that you're taking? Is it that you're going to deliver rations to people's homes because you're that poor?
And the reasons why they have shut down, maybe someone has been infected there. That's due to that. That could have
So
occurred.
you're going back to a COVID virus when I told you specifically about finances in your government. And you can't confirm or not confirm that there's any gold and silver in the Victorian Treasury. And I'm talking about the IMF walking in and taking control of your entire state. And I'm talking about you leasing everything to China. And I'm talking about your Belt and Road agreements. You did all of this without the people. Do you understand that? You did this all behind the people's backs. You weaseled into China's pocket behind the people's backs. Are you okay with doing that? You sold Victorians out to China. And you're okay with that, are you? And second to that, you can't guarantee me that they'll have food on the table at Christmas.
Well, I'm sure.
Are you proud of yourselves?
No, I am so sorry that you're feeling this way.
Well, I'm not the one that's feeling this way. I'm pointing out the law. Right now, you're feeling this way because I'm pointing out exactly what you've done. You should be disgraced. You should feel like an utter disgrace for what you've done. Are you proud of it?
So what do you
So
feel?
what I'm saying to you is, when these people start dying in your Victoria and you start blaming it on a virus, I want you to look at the food you're not giving them. I want you to look at the finances that you cut from them. I want you to look at the jobs that they no longer have. You did all of that to them, and you did all of that to them under the guise of a pandemic that doesn't exist. Why doesn't it exist? Because the statistics from last year far outweigh the statistics from this year, and last year wasn't a pandemic. And the statistics from the year before are 4 times worse than last year, and that wasn't a pandemic. And you've already been proven to be a liar to me on the phone right now today, so you're proven to be untrustworthy. So for you to keep this pandemic line up when you've been proven to be untrustworthy, I think the people have a right to stand up to you. I honestly think the people have a right to bring their pitchforks down to the parliament. Pitchfork you all.
Okay, I'm so sorry that you feel this way, but
I want you to consider that all of Victoria feels much worse than I do because I'm not locked down. I'm not hungry. I live in the country. I grow my own food. You know, I don't have to wear a mask. I don't have to be imprisoned in my own home. I don't have to be kept off the streets at night. I don't have police bashing my door down because the Victorian government is shitty at my Facebook posts. I don't have police bashing down multiple people's doors because this Victorian government is so shit scared of its own people because it knows what it's done, sold all of the people's assets out to China, Imagine how those Victorians feel right now. Imagine why they're contacting me in the hundreds. Why am I talking to you like this? Because of what you have done to them. You should be disgraced. You should be ashamed of yourselves. Completely and utterly ashamed of where you have brought Victoria today. And it didn't happen overnight, did it? Because when did you sell that port to China?
Sorry, what did you...
When did you lease that port to China? Long time ago. When did the federal government put a fence around its parliament? 2017. When was the Biosecurity Act that you're using right now in this pandemic put in place? 2015. How many flus, viruses, bullshit have you played in the media? Swine flu, bird flu, it goes on. And then you realise no one's listening to your bullshit crap, and then you go and create it over a common cold. A common cold that's nowhere near as bad as last year or the year before. So you're proven liars that are selling out Victoria.
So you think
beneath the Victorians' feet.
So you think this coronavirus is a cold, common cold?
It's proven to be a common cold. And what I will also point out, which is now proven fact, your tests aren't testing for a virus. They're testing for an RNA strand in the DNA, which means that every single person you test is going to come up positive. You're liars. You are point blank liars. You have 30 doctors standing up to you yesterday, and you still want to deny this. You still want to play this COVID pandemic occupying, oppressing dictatorship. You've been proven to be liars constantly, time and time again. And you think it's okay to use military force on the people of Victoria. You honestly think that's okay? Do you have children?
Yeah, but this is for the safety of the people.
Is it?
Yes.
So you're selling out Victoria to China, and that's for the safety of the people. You've given all their value and wealth away and put them all on Centrelink, and that's for their safety. You've taken all their jobs, you've taken all their wealth, you've put them in risk of dying because the newspaper reported that old people might die in their homes because the government's not going to help them. You're saying these things to the people and then denying it when it's put in your face.
Okay.
Do you have children?
Sorry?
Do you have children?
No, I don't have children.
Okay, so you don't have the problem of worrying how to feed them, do you? How many children are in Victoria right now? Are you going to put their lives at risk by what you're doing? How many old people are in Victoria right now? Are you putting their lives at risk by what you're doing?
Okay, sorry, I didn't get your name.
My name's Steve.
Okay, Steve. And your
All right.
surname, sorry, Steve?
Oh, so you then want to go and look me up, do you? So you can use your police to attack me?
There won't be any attack.
Well, you've already busted into 13 people's homes because they're posting things on Facebook that your Victorian government disagrees with. You're not giving the people a voice. You're walking all over them. And when they want a voice, you're using a jackboot to stomp them down. And do you know who did that? Most people would compare you to Nazi Germany, but I won't. I'll compare you to Pol Pot. Pol Pot killed people.
Okay.
Right? I'll compare you to Pol Pot because Pol Pot, when the people starved, he lined them up and he gave them rations. And anybody that took more rations than they were due got shot. So I'm not comparing you to Nazi Germany. I'm comparing you to something 10 times worse.
Okay, I'm so sorry, but if you feel so, are you telling me that what's happening across worldwide
I'm
in terms of
watching Trump.
pandemic?
Do you understand what the deep state is? And do you understand that the deep state have been trying to take control of this planet for the last 50 years? And do you understand that Trump is knocking that deep state on the head? And do you understand that that deep state is the one that's created this pandemic? Do you understand two sides of a war? Do you understand that you, as one side, have given all of your wealth to China? So are you Chinese? Where's your oath to? Are you a loyal Commonwealth of Australian subject? Or are you a citizen of China? Are you a citizen of this usufruct machine? Or is your loyalty with this Commonwealth?
Okay, sorry, I'm so sorry.
You won't answer me, will you? Tell me where your loyalty lies.
No, my loyalty is, it's not about loyalty.
It is about loyalty because this is a Commonwealth of Australia. This is a Kingdom of Australia with a King's Domain in Melbourne. Are you denying your Anzac? Are you denying your King's Domain? Are you telling me you have no loyalty to this country? Where does your loyalty lie? Because my loyalty is with that shrine in Melbourne and that stone in the ground and my Anzac. So where does your loyalty lie?
That's good.
You won't answer because you work for a Victorian Parliament that's dishonouring that shrine. You disgraced it on the 31st of July. You disgraced my Anzac on the 31st of July, and I have it on video. I have it on video that the Victorian Parliament and police want to shit all over their Anzac. Is that correct?
It's not true.
Well, why do it then? You did it on the 31st, so you're lying to me again. You've just proven to me again that you're untrustworthy, and you're not willing to tell me where your loyalty lies, which tells me that your loyalty lies with China.
I'm not sure how you came to that conclusion.
Well, you sold the port to China. You agreed to Belt and Road agreements. You've got ScoMo in your face telling you that's a bad idea, but you're doing it anyway. So that tells me that Victoria is no longer belonging to Victorians. It belongs to the Chinese. Is this correct? Does it belong to China now under a usufruct agreement? Has China come in and claimed Victoria because you're so far in debt you can't pay your debts off? Is that the case?
It's not that, sorry.
So, can we have our port back? Can you cancel that lease? That's a national security issue. You're allowing a foreign power to run an international port in my country. You're allowing a foreign power to run an international port in my country. Isn't that a national conflict of interest? Isn't that a security issue? Right? So you want to go on the news and talk about, oh, China this and China that, and we've got to block off this and appease the Americans. But on the other side, you'll freely give everything to the Chinese. So you're lying. On the media, you'll tell the people that China's the enemy, but in private, in the parliament, you'll sell everything to China. Because you haven't cancelled that port lease, have you?
No, sorry.
All right, so you've got a national security issue in Victoria.
There is not. I am so sorry, but...
Do you see how fucked up you've got as a people? Do you see how bad you made this? Do you honestly now get it sink into your head how bad you as Victorian politicians have fucked Victorians? And I'm sorry for swearing, but that's how it is. Look at your people. You don't give a shit about your people. You give a shit about the finances. Give it all to China because you're bankrupt. Give it all to China because you're insolvent and you can't even pay the interest on your loans. You borrowed the money and you put your people in debt. And you put your people in debt so hard, you had to sell everything they owned to pay off those debts. Are you proud that that's what you've done to Victoria? Now, if you want to lock this down for 6 more months, and I've told you that China's involved, what's happening in 6 months? Are you going to put military on the ground? Will they be United Nations military? Will they be Chinese? Are you going to be honest to the people? You can see I'm not stuffing around here, can't you? You can see that you've created a national security issue in that port alone. You can see by Belt and Road, you gave them the shipping lanes, didn't you? It's a little bit worse than being in a lockdown pandemic in Victoria, isn't it? You gave them the shipping lanes in and out of our country. Belt and Road. So have you got anything to say?
Yes, I just wanted to ask you, just listening, but I might want to ask you, so you think you're actually saying this whole pandemic is a hoax? And that's...
You have not addressed the finances, the bankruptcy, the port, the farms, the water, the Belt and Road, ScoMo and the shits that he's got with you. You want to ignore all of that to say, oh, it's COVID.
But it's COVID. It's just
well, why was there a 2008 financial crisis? And why were we in 2008 warned that this would come around 2020? It's COVID, isn't it? It's all COVID, but we had a 2008 financial crisis that cost the country 15% of its value. Boom, gone in an instant. And you've just had the stock market crash 40% of its value. Gone in an instant. But it's COVID. You got no gold and silver in your treasury, but it's COVID. You borrowed from the IMF so hard you can't pay back the interest, but it's COVID. You're locking down all Victorians because you've got a food bowl problem, but it's COVID. You're shutting down all of your Woolworths and making them delivery only because it's COVID. You're not assuring anybody that they're going to survive past Christmas when the federal government has announced that this depression is 3 times worse than the Great Depression in 1929. But it's COVID. So all the people that die in this Great Depression are going to die from a virus and not starvation? You'll sign it all off as COVID. You'll lie in your own hospitals to cover your own asses over the fact that you crashed this economy so badly. I mean, the port alone, address that. Why did you lease one of our international ports to a foreign power? Why did that happen? You can't explain it, can you? And you know that I'm talking so much truth, you're silent. You're gobsmacked. You're embarrassed. You're ashamed. You're disgraced. You know it. You know it so hard in your own mind and your own heart, you don't want to work there right now. That's how silent you are. So I don't want to keep carrying on because we've been talking for a while. But now I think you're aware. This is how Victorians feel about you. And if you are proven to be criminals, only years will take to put you in jail. Okay? I want you to think about that. The people only need years to realise what you have done to them. And under international laws, you may have committed war crimes. You demonstrated that by selling our port to a foreign power, that international laws apply here. Otherwise, that foreign power wouldn't have our port. So if you want to continue down this line, you might find that in the years to come, tribunals are held because the people want it. And if you're found guilty, bye-bye. Right? You created all of this. It's been explained to you very clearly in this phone call how you created all of this. You've lied to me, so you're untrustworthy. Okay? Every one of your ministers is no different. I've only spoken to one minister on your entire list that had the decency to listen to the human rights abuses that you are actually enacting out every single day. So when that's brought up in the Parliament, I hope your gut sinks into your ass. I hope you feel so bad about what you've done. Right? I hope you cry tonight. I honestly do. Thank you for your time. I'm not going to take any more of it. You're a disgrace. Right? Your actual conversation in this phone call demonstrates it. So I'll say thank you for your time. Okay?
Steve, yeah, sorry. Are you happy for me to take your surname down? Or?
No, I don't. I want you to know that thousands of Victorians contact me. I want you to know that you should feel disgraced. I want you to go to your boss now and tell him all about your phone call that you've just had. And I want you to ask your boss, why did we lease the port to China? And why is Belt and Road so big here? You know why. You sold your people out. Thank you again. I'll leave you to it. You go and have a chat to your Speaker of the House. Okay?
Sorry, do you live in Bundoora or?
Bundoora? Where's Bundoora?
So are you, whereabouts are you? Are you in?
Where's Bundoora? I've got no idea where that is. You're making assumptions now.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Okay, so I'll leave you to it. All right? I just wanted to let you know that Victorians are not happy.
And sorry, where do you live then? Sorry.
And why are you baiting me?
Because you rang the electorate office and...
Correct, and I'm going to ring the next electorate office. Like I told you, I'm ringing every single one of you on that list. You're all going to feel embarrassed. See ya.
Thank you. See. Thank you. See. Thank you. See. Thank you.
Let's go live now to Homebush at Sydney Olympic Park, where, as you can see, some very fiery scenes between protesters and New South Wales Police. Now, we believe what's happening right now, that this is a rally, and we will have more on that unfolding situation throughout the afternoon.
Hey guys, just wanted to give a quick message for anybody that's still wondering, considering if they want to come in today. I think this is one of the greatest opportunities that's afforded to us to actually come out and be who we are. I think we live in a world where it's very